Hello everyone and welcome to round 10, the final round here in Norway chess. It's a big day, big games ahead. We do have Magnus Carlsen out in the lead, but he is being chased by two players, Richard Rapport and Alireza Firouzja. So there's going to be a lot of action. The title is on the line, a lot of money is on the line, and of course, a lot of pride as well. Not only are they fighting for first place in Norway chess, but it is also the final clash between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi before their World Championship match in November. I'm David Howell, and I'm honoured to be here with Judit Polgar. Judit, how are you feeling about this last day?
Nice to be here again, and it's the last day already.
Yeah.
It is very exciting. Well, we see that practically nobody could stop Magnus in the last 4 rounds, right? Whatever scenario there was during the game, the end was that Magnus won, right? And of course, Alireza is also doing somehow similarly, but he only won 3 games in a row. Yeah, which is not too bad at all. And now he's playing with Rapport. He was not really playing for first place, right? But actually, mathematically, it is possible that he's going to be running in to a tie for the first place. Of course, a lot of interesting things should be happening for that. First of all, Nepomniachtchi would win against Magnus, and if he would win against Rapport. So this would be the alternative for that scenario.
Yeah, and maybe on that note, we can check out the pairings for today. As you mentioned, Alireza Firouzja needs a couple of helping hands along the way if he wants to catch up. But either way, it is still possible. And okay, Sergei Karyakin against Ariane Tari. They're in 5th and 6th place right now, so not fighting for too much, but also just fighting with those rating points, just fighting for their placings. Alireza Firouzja, meanwhile, against Richard Rapport. Rapport was leading the tournament for most of the event, just until the last couple of days, and both players itching for a win in that one. And then, I guess, the big game, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Magnus Carlsen. So many storylines here for the tournaments and, of course, for the World Championship. And if we can check out the standings as well, we can see exactly all the permutations, how things might work out. Magnus has a 1.5 point lead, but that's not as big a lead as it might be. Judit, could be caught up.
Well, I think before the last round, 1.5 point lead with this system, it is also a great lead. Well, it seems so that Magnus has the victory in his hand, right? Halfway. But of course, it's going to be a huge class, and we were discussing also before the show that what is the strategy of Nepo, right? Probably he would feel like to make a draw as soon as possible and just go home and go and start preparing for the World Championship match, because he was really playing quite badly in the last few rounds, which destroyed his tournament completely. And it seems so that he's a character of a player who, if something really goes badly, then his mood is really destroyed as well.
For sure.
And but still, maybe there is another scenario. He says, "Okay, I don't care about what happened in the last few rounds. I put everything into my preparation for today's game, and I go and I tear Magnus apart."
Yeah.
So there are different scenarios, but one thing is sure: he's not going to burn bridges to win the game, because he saw what kind of mistakes he was doing in the last few games, so he knows himself a little bit, so he has to be very careful on choosing an opening and sharpen things out. And we can see in the last few games that everything worked out at the end perfectly for Magnus. No matter what kind of drawish, equalish endgame he had, no matter that he was really having a very hard time yesterday against Sergei, he somehow was able to turn things around his way. So, of course, in such a situation, you have to be very careful. And for the World Championship title match, it is very clear that it would be a huge problem psychologically for both of them if they would lose in a classical game. Well, in the Armageddon game, that's another story, right?
Sure. It would be disastrous, I think, especially for Nepomniachtchi, with white to lose in a classical game, especially after such a difficult tournament. Magnus, meanwhile, do you think he'll be happy to head it for an Armageddon game?
I think yes.
Yeah. If Magnus does head to Armageddon, then Firouzja cannot catch him up. It would need a Rapport win in the classical in order to catch up there. So, yeah, I think Magnus.
Well, of course, I mean, I think if Nepo would just like to make a draw in 10 moves in the classical game, destroy all the hope of the fans. But I think still Magnus would be very happy, just finish the tournament with the first place, and then everything is done.
and that will be great preparation for him for the World Championship match. I think the players, they will be arriving soon. There's still a few minutes before the games start, and yeah, Magnus with the black pieces. What do you think? Nepomniachtchi, quick draw or something super aggressive?
I don't think he can go for a draw. I
Okay.
think he cannot make a quick draw. He can choose a very solid opening, a solid line, and play it out.
Then
But,
there's a risk you might get caught in the Magnus special. You know, just
Magnus
he'll slowly
special.
grind away. And
Yeah, but with black, of course, it's not so easy, right? But we've seen very bad days for Nepo, like what he did against Tari, for example.
Yeah.
But of course, he would not do something like that against Magnus because the mindset is completely different to play against Magnus with the white pieces.
he won't be that direct. He won't take as many risks.
Yeah, and of course it's a huge challenge. So he can, when you play against a lower player in the tournament, you kind of expect yourself to win with the white pieces. When you play with Magnus, it doesn't matter which piece you're playing. You know that maximum you're going to have a good game, and then you'll see how it ends, right?
Yeah. And even if you get a big advantage against Magnus from the opening, it's no given.
You cannot make sure about that.
And there we see Arian Tari, first to arrive in the playing venue. He's got black against Karyakin. It's been a difficult tournament for Arian. Do you think he'll have learnt a lot?
He had
from
some
these
great
games?
chances, especially against Magnus, for example, which he missed. Then there's another missing half a point for him against Magnus, which he lost with
Yeah.
the white pieces. I'm sure he learned a lot from this tournament as well, and I see a clear improvement for him compared to last year.
Yeah.
He gave a much better resistance. He made some very serious mistakes also, but he did improve a lot in different fields of the game.
Yeah, he got a classical win, and he's been battling hard, Arian, there. And now your countryman, Richard Rapport. Actually, he's in almost a must-win situation for black if he wants to win the tournament. So what do you think his approach will be? Just wait and see, counter-attack, because he knows Firouzja needs to win as well?
I think Firouzja will kind of decide the things, because I'm not sure Rapport wants to force everything by any means. But I think Firouzja will do the job because he's motivated. He won his last couple of games. He's playing with the white pieces, so I don't think he sees any idea in making a draw or just playing very solid, because for him there is only one way, right? So I more think about that Firouzja wants to win by any means, and Rapport is going to adjust himself accordingly what opening choice he's going to be making.
Yeah, it's definitely not Firouzja's style to show any fear. He's always looking for the maximum, always looking for the full point, always looking for the attack as well. So we should also mention that with this 3 point for a win system and 1 point, 1.5 points according to the Armageddon, depending on the result there is a chance that Magnus will get caught by either Rapport and Firouzja, and if that happens, we will have a playoff, a blitz playoff. But yeah, we'll keep you informed of those rules and regulations as the play progresses. Meanwhile, they're getting ready to make the ceremonial first move, round 10, about to kick off. Surprise, surprise though, that Magnus, he's not quite arrived yet.
Well, what a surprise, right? He didn't not arrive maybe a single day before the start of the game, but wow, we see Nepo here, of course adjusting the pieces.
Yep, looking smart. Okay, he does turn his knights outwards, at least one of them.
Yeah,
Both pointing to the right.
towards the audience.
Ah, okay. That's quite a rare
interesting
scenario.
setup. Yeah, usually people are turning it into the inside or straightforward facing to the opponent.
Yeah, so Nepo, okay, the fist bump. The action's about to begin. Do you think in November we'll be seeing fist bumps as well at the World Championship, or will we be allowed to see handshakes once more?
I don't know, that's a
the
very
new
good
normal?
question. I think they will keep the fist bump.
And okay, so the players just getting ready. Nepomniachtchi, 1e4. That would be my guess.
You think so?
He's played a few things so far this tournament. He's played the English. He's played e4. Has he played d4? Can't quite remember.
And it seems like it stays that way, but I have the feeling that now maybe it's going to be a new trend, that when people are making their first move, they
stick
keep
to
it that way for a moment, and then they take it back and they make something new. This is what happened yesterday with Magnus, right?
That's true.
So I wonder.
And there we
You
go.
see?
The move goes back.
You see?
Okay, is he teasing us though? Will he play e4 anyway?
Like, you know, chess players are somehow always go into the details. And of course, these two guys there, they have their... And okay, e4.
Of course.
Okay, so
E4.
no tricks, but e4 on the board.
Yeah, and these guys, they know each other extremely well. Nepomniachtchi has acted as a second for Magnus in the past as well, so there won't be any opening surprises in this one. Will we see another
So,
Roy Lopez?
Will it be a Berlin?
Might well be a Berlin. That's what happened actually in the reverse fixture in the classical game. It was a Berlin with Magnus on the white side, but no, it's
Bishop c4, Italian.
Italian.
Which means they want to have, Nepo wants to have simply a long game.
Yeah, no quick draws in the Italian, right? That's one of the few openings, I guess, in e4.
It's quite hard to do
It's
so, right?
very difficult to achieve.
This is not exactly why people choose to play the Italian on a high level to make a quick draw.
Yeah, normally just to keep all the pieces on the board and maneuver around. Magnus
Yeah.
bringing his bishop out. Okay, so there are some direct lines for white if you play with c3 and a quick d4. If not, then
And
we'll
it's
see.
on the board.
Okay, so c3 and Yoko piano, or something a bit more direct. What do you think, d3 or d4?
Ooh, d4.
Okay, d4.
You see, he's going to sharpen things maybe,
Yeah.
after all, at least in the opening.
So I remember this was one of the first openings I ever learnt when I was playing chess.
Yeah?
From both sides, yeah. Because there are so many tricky variations, right? After e takes d4, c takes d4 is a move. e5 is the most trendy though.
But he goes e5.
So,
And we're going to see d5, I guess?
yep, d5. It's pretty much the only way that people play these days. And bishop b5, most likely.
I also
the response.
wonder how fast are they going to be fleshing out their moves, until which point?
Yeah, both players will be very familiar with this. It's very trendy at the top level nowadays. Did you ever have this position in your career, Judit? Or this
I think no,
variation?
because I was not really playing the Italian myself,
And
I
E5
was
is black?
was not an e5
Not so
player.
much, yeah.
I played a few times e5, Petrov. I started to play, but then I figured out that maybe it's not my piece of bread.
Yeah, nobody wants to see the Petrov too much.
With either color.
With either colour, exactly, exactly. That's one opening as well that as black I just refuse to play, just on principle. But okay, meanwhile, this is still very much mainline theory. Here white usually develops the knight to c3. There are maybe a couple of other moves as well, but knight c3 on the board. And black usually castles. Actually, there were some interesting clashes between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen earlier this year in the Champions Chess Tour in this opening as well. Wesley So famously making a chessable course about this exact line and using some of the ideas from that course to beat Magnus. I think more than once. I think he beat him at least 2 or 3 times in this opening. So it would be surprising if the world champion hasn't done his homework.
So maybe that was one of the reasons why Nepomniachtchi chose this line, because he saw few games lost by Magnus.
Yeah, I guess that's good strategy, right? If you know your opponent's had some bad experiences in an opening.
Yeah, obviously he works on it and he's going to be improving on that, but sometimes it happens that someone is losing a few games in a system because simply he's just not feeling so comfortable or doesn't feel the position that much.
True.
I remember with some line, I was keep playing and I was very happy with that, and then my coach, I think it was Psahis, who said, well, maybe it's time to stop playing this line. Say, why? I love it so much. He said, yeah, but you lose all your games.
I mean, hard love, right?
So,
tough love.
yeah, statistics
Brutal honesty.
sometimes you neglect because you just like the position, you think it's good, you play it well, but somehow the end of it doesn't work on your way.
Am I allowed to ask what opening that was?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember which line it was, but I just remember the story that it just pulled my attention to that, well, maybe I should switch something around it. Either learn it a little bit better or just avoid that.
Yeah, chess players, we have these selective memories, right? We blank out the bad, the defeats. We remember the good positions, we remember the good results. And meanwhile, Magnus just bringing his bishop out to g4. Again, very standard stuff. And we will probably check back on this one a bit later on.
And we have a Sicilian between Ali Reza and Rapport.
Okay.
And he chose after all c5. Of course, it's not an easy decision at this stage, at this situation, tournament situation for Rapport to choose, but he went for c5, knight f3, knight c6. I don't know what he had in mind to play after d4. Maybe it was the Carlsen as well, again, but maybe something else. Anyway, 3 bishop b5 is on the board, knight f6, knight c3, and he's thinking now.
Yeah, so still quite a standard position. I think black has a few alternatives here. Knight d4 is
maybe the
move,
main one, no?
Yeah, but it's also quite risky, and I think there have been some games here lately after knight d4. Okay, he does play this, and I think lately they've been playing e5 as white.
Yeah, e5 seems to be very concrete action.
And after knight takes b5, knight takes b5, black can play knight d5, and here, if I remember correctly, they've been playing all sorts of moves, even knight g5 for white, and some crazy.
Ah, it goes
very
so
direct.
fast, some action.
Or white just castles as well. And yeah, very, very direct play. Black having the bishop pair, but quite significantly behind the development.
Yeah, how to develop, right? That's the big question in this position, whether to play g6 and bishop g7, or first to kick away the knight from b5. It can be also an alternative, or some way to play it with e6.
Yeah, and okay, just checking the database, this has been played many times lately, but again, another game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen where e5 did happen. e5 is actually by far the main move. And the alternatives would be for white to retreat his bishop back to c4 or to d3, but I don't think we'll see that from Alireza somehow. Black can play e6 and just get a position.
Yeah, it's interesting which way, which direction Alireza is going to be moving, but we're also going to see how much he's prepared on this, looking how much his time he's going to spend on that. Right?
Yeah, that'll be a big tell. Either way, provocative from Rapport, asking for e5 and asking for this, just asking to be attacked, essentially.
Yeah.
But taking the bishop pair and some long-term trumps there. So okay, we're expecting e5, you think, from Fruzia? And
probably.
Yeah, I guess if white castles, then can black grab a pawn? With knight takes b5 and knight takes e4.
Well, nowadays it seems like that everybody's sacrificing a pawn in the very early stage of the opening, right?
In every opening, right?
Yeah, every opening, most unexpected, just for long-term strategies.
So, for example, yeah, we could see knight takes b5, knight takes b5, knight takes e4, and does white play rook e1 or d4? Or, yeah.
At first, it doesn't seem too dangerous for black, no?
No.
After d3, black can go back to d6, not to f6 because of bishop f4.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay, I guess black plays d4, and it's nothing immediate for white. So, yeah, I think somehow we'll see e5 and.
Yeah, e5 is the straightforward, or come back with the bishop.
Whether Alireza has studied it or not, I think e5 is just. You just play a position, right? You just gain a bit of time. And even if you don't get some direct initiative, it's playable. You have chances to be creative later on.
Yeah. I'm expecting a complicated game here.
And in the third game of today?
In the third game, only very few moves happened. It's, well, he wanted the Queen's Indian, but d5. So Queen's Gambit, right? Well, it depends where we are leading to.
Yeah.
Of course, b6.
b6.
Is b6 common move?
From these move orders, I think you can play it.
After e3.
After e3, yeah. You normally don't want to play b6 if your opponent's bishop can come out to g5, for example. But by transposition, I think it might just head into something relatively well-known, usually. Okay, say knight c3.
That's
okay,
on the board.
Played. Bishop b7. Black can set up in a few ways. Black often even just puts the other bishop on d6 and plays ace.
CD they play, or bishop d3?
I think normally bishop d3, castles b3, and it becomes a slower game.
Well, unless black takes on c4, right?
Okay, sure. So maybe you start with b3. So many move orders and
nuances
here. I remember having this type of thing as black many times, but normally it's not this exact move order. It might come from a reti or an
Oh
English.
yeah, there. I mean, such positions they come from so many different move orders.
Okay, so still early days in this one as well. I think Karyakin himself likes to set up in this fashion as black, so interesting to see Tari adopt this setup. Okay, meanwhile there have been some moves in the Nomhomniachi game.
Yeah, the big game of today. Bishop g4 developed, bishop h5, queen c2.
Yeah, so this is the ultra main line, essentially. This is what everyone is doing.
So what about bishop g6? Do they play that move?
And now queen b3, I think, is the main reply. And I've actually had this position as white myself once, but I forgot to flick in h3, so my opponent's bishop was on f5.
Okay.
And then with black's bishop on f5, black can actually play knight a5. Maybe we can show this on the board while our lights go off here in the studio. And,
okay, which one?
So maybe before h3. So if white immediately plays queen c2, which used to be the main line.
Bishop f5, queen b3.
Now knight a5 is actually very strong, because after queen takes d5, black just plays queen e7 and tries to trap the white queen in the center of the board with either c6 or rook a d8 next move. So for example, knight takes e4, just rook d8, and it becomes very sharp. White has to play knight d6 to throw something in the way.
What kind of lines there are?
Yeah, there's a lot of theory in this type of thing. And yeah, I think black is doing quite well in general. So that's why white flicks in h3 and bishop h5, because in the current position, after queen c2, bishop g6, you mentioned queen b3.
Queen b3.
Now if knight a5, it's less effective.
So what is the difference?
Queen d7, I think, in some lines is a big difference.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's exactly here, but either way, this is supposed to be
small
different.
details, but it makes a difference in the evaluation, right?
I think queen d7, and white is doing quite well.
So is f5 the common reaction, or knight c3,
f5
knight c3?
and knight c3. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what has been played. So now b takes c3 is after queen c3, bishop a5.
Yeah.
Or bishop c6. No.
Or bishop c6.
B takes c3.
Yeah, I think recently as well they were playing bishop a5 rather than knight takes c3, and there were some ideas to force a draw very quickly, but Magnus instead chooses to keep tension, so f6. And Aronian's played countless games in this from the white side. Every time I look at the position, I think, oh, it just should be equal, and then he wins. So,
e6. They are playing very fast, so both are still in the book.
Both still in book. And I expect to see Magnus take with his queen.
Queen f6.
Yeah, I think bishop takes f3 is not so appealing because of
well,
f takes g7.
F takes g7 seems to be the intermezzo there.
So you need to capture that pawn. And yeah, after, okay, he does play queen takes f6.
Queen f6 is on the board.
Yeah,
so if now bishop c6 with the idea takes a knight e5, in that case I assume that bishop f3 would be.
Very strong, yeah. Another intermezzo. And
but after queen f6, white played bishop e2 defending the f3 knight.
Yeah. So I think white's main argument here is just that the bishop on b6 is not great. And if the black knight ever moves, then white will jump into e5 with his knight. So
okay, so rook e8 seems to be the most logical at first.
And white will castle, most likely, on, well, castle kingside. And yeah, I mean, I've looked at these a little bit. I think they're equal completely, but the computer always says 0.0, of course.
Okay,
but,
that's not much of a help.
Not a surprise at all. But I was just going to say, it's slightly trickier for black to play.
Yeah, the e5 square is somewhat like, let's say black goes knight e7, then knight e5. And already white can be better, right?
Yeah, there's already threats of knight d7, white can play f4.
Yeah. So this black has to be careful, and the b6 bishop is not so easy to relocate. Let's say if it would be on d6, black would be better.
Happy days, yeah.
But this is not the case for the moment. Can black go moves like knight d8 with the idea c6, bishop c7, and knight f7 in case of knight e5?
Possibly. So knight
Let's
e5,
knight
I guess.
e5 takes.
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 And you have to spend one move, maybe guarding against knight d7.
Maybe rook e7.
Okay. Queen g4, maybe?
You really want to play this knight d7
Yeah,
move.
or bishop g5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you can play queen e6, and it's nothing too special, but slightly uncomfortable having this knight on e5, maybe.
Well, the question is whether it's only temporary, or
Whether you can
or
trade
it
it
can. Yeah, if let's say you go queen h5, I don't know, c6 or knight f7, right?
Yeah.
f4.
F4. Maybe a small advantage to white, nothing too special.
Though after f4, black can relocate his knight to e4.
Ah, okay, so not even taking, yeah. This might become crazy
But
if
he went
white
knight
gets f5 later on.
He went knight a5 very fast.
Okay, so knight a5, yeah. I guess he wants to play knight c4 before white gets a chance for knight e5. White's just castled, so not
White
quite
castled.
enough time.
Okay. And why didn't white play knight e5?
Good
To
question.
get control?
Okay, I guess bishop takes c2,
There is not much of a choice. Takes, queen e6.
queen e6 and knight c4 you want?
Well, I want to defend against knight d7. Of course, rook d8 would be also possible.
Yeah, I guess white castles.
And then maybe knight c4.
Maybe knight c4, maybe c6, yeah. Maybe c6, bishop c7 as well.
Yeah, that keeps the tension. And maybe if black can eliminate the e5, knight e4, black can also play for a win, right?
Yeah, knight and c4. It will look a bit like Rapport's game against Harry earlier this tournament.
Exactly.
So, okay, with this in mind, I guess white didn't want to show his hand too soon.
Okay, so he went
Castled.
castle.
Yeah, and yeah, I
What
guess
has Magnus in mind? Can he go knight c4 immediately?
that's the big question. Knight c4, and if white takes on c4,
Then bishop f3.
and yeah, bishop b3 maybe. Can you hold everything together for black? You would love to play queen g6, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite.
And bishop
Right
e4,
now.
there's queen takes e4.
Yeah, that's a problem, that this is a pin over there. This is a nice detail, that
Yeah.
if black cannot take on f3 because
Otherwise,
of this.
otherwise black's just doing great, right?
Okay, so if black takes back, then knight e5, and it seems that white is more pleasant.
Yeah, bishop pair for black, but this knight is just too strong.
Okay, so this is an important part for black, for white, that it's not possible to play knight c4.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think back to some games. I mean, maybe I can check here as well, but Aronian, as I mentioned, the big expert here for white, and I've definitely seen some games against Karyakin where at some point, either this move or maybe in a different move order, but black just takes on f3, gets rid of the idea of knight e5, and then just c6, and then just knight c4, bishop c7, and yes, white has the bishop pair, but nothing too special. The bishop on e3 especially, not a great piece.
Okay.
So maybe one idea here. Magnus, though, is it surprising to see him think? Because this is still kind of the main line. Maybe just
Are
doesn't
there
want to
still
show
a
his
lot of
preparation.
games on this?
There are not that many, only 7 games.
Actually,
according to
Magnus
this
had a
database.
game until this point.
Including Magnus, and there he
Okay.
did play bishop takes.
Okay, so let's see
f3.
what happened there. Bishop f3 takes, c6,
Yep, c6, rook,
Rook
a
e1.
e1, knight c4,
bishop c1.
and bishop c1 to keep the bishops. So this was a rapid game against Wesley So, an online game, and there Magnus actually played queen g6.
Well, okay, it's also possible that Magnus just, he was happy with the position, and now he's thinking that what exactly Nepo could have in mind, right? Because for sure Nepo prepared some idea.
Yep.
It's not that it's going to be a killing idea, it shows, and actually he's repeating his previous games by playing bishop f3.
Yeah, so
But he wants to double check whether it's anything
I mean,
that can be unpleasant.
yeah, as you mentioned, it's not going to be anything special from Nepomniachtchi, but maybe he thinks that position at the end there that we showed, if it does arise, is just very playable for white. And okay, c6 on the board, knight c4 could almost be pre-moved.
rook e1 seems to be the best move, because you don't want to give up your black square bishop, so you have to move away. In that case, the rook has to be already on the e file to that white
Yep.
can move back to c1, right?
Without blocking the rook on a1. Yeah. What would black be aiming for here? I mean, I know he's played queen g6 in the past, but
And what was that game? Was it a draw at the end?
it was a draw. I think I remember watching this one actually later on, and Wesley had a little bit of pressure, but Magnus is Magnus. He can. He
Yeah,
can
but
deal
in
with
this position, still, if there is going to be some pressure, it's a nice choice from white,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Just to try it out.
And okay, knight c4, and then I guess that will happen at some point. Knight c4, bishop c1, and the big question is queen g6 or just bishop c7.
After
just
queen
rook e8.
g6, was it an exchange or white went away queen d1?
It was an exchange of queens.
What about
yeah.
queen d1?
Okay, so
Because I like my
Bishop
bishop
h5 ideas,
somehow,
bishop
white
g4.
squares here and there.
can black try something direct just to punish your queen being away from the c3 pawn, bishop a5 maybe?
And on bishop h5,
Bishop h5, queen f6,
yeah, white can go queen d3,
queen
for
d3,
example.
Bishop h5 is quite a nice resource to have.
Yeah, I want to provoke you a little bit to make some weaknesses.
Yeah, I
And
don't-
also it's important that I don't allow your rook to oppose to my rook on the e5.
well, you at least force black to play a move like g6, which could come
Yeah,
back
I
to
don't
bite
think
him.
Magnus would be happy with moves like g6 from black side.
Yeah,
Bishop g4, rook e8.
bishop h6 coming sometimes.
Bishop h6, also maybe
Maybe not
f4,
immediately.
f5.
Yeah, f4 looks very tempting. f4, knight d6. Ah, but then there's bishop a3.
Yeah, but
some
it's,
concrete issues to deal with.
It's a fight.
Yeah, yeah. That's good. We got what we wanted, Judit. You said he
Yeah.
he shouldn't go for the draw, a quick draw. We've got a fight.
No, I think the minimum what they want to do, and it was the same scenario with white when Magnus was playing with the white pieces. It was a Berlin, and then he didn't go to the anti-Berlin with d3, but he went into the end game. He wanted to press a little bit. If it works out and he wins, fine. If it's
Yeah.
only a draw and he's pressing, also fine. And then the second one, what happened, and in the Armageddon, he was able to win.
Yeah.
So actually we have a repetition of that game, right? Queen g6 again, and we have seen now queen d1, the
Okay.
deviation.
The novelty, queen d1, and
Well, there were two options, right? Either to exchange or to play queen d1 in order to protect the bishop on f3 and to have some activity.
no, in general it makes sense, right? The bishop's not looking too impressive right now, so maybe just keeping the queens on the board will help them. Just find better squares before maybe later you do allow a queen exchange. Or black's not quite ready to
Well,
challenge yet.
the first question is right now, I think, whether can black go rook e8 or
Bishop h5.
does it favor him to exchange one pair of rooks, let's say, or does it favor black,
Okay.
let's say? So in this position, maybe
Yeah.
queen c2 or queen e2,
Both look good.
because actually
Bishop
the bishop can be very powerful.
Yeah, if you can reroute the bishop round to e6 or d3 or
And
Some other
here it
squares.
seems like white can keep the e5, which can be very important for later.
and what would white's plan be? Start pushing
Oh,
some
there are
kingside
a
pawns
lot
later.
of plans. I could even imagine to go, for example, g3,
G3,
h4, bishop g5. So once the white can activate both of his bishops, it can be deadly dangerous for black. The black king is vulnerable. The b6 bishop is not really doing too much unless it's going to go to a5, looking for some counter chances. Or maybe black can go c5, trying to open up the diagonal for the bishop.
That's
But I
conventional
think-
wisdom, right? If your opponent has a bishop pair, you need to accelerate the play before they stabilize.
Yeah, but I think things can
yeah.
speed up also, and black can be also in danger in some cases. So I'm not sure exchanging the rooks is the good strategy for black. For example,
So say-
bishop c7,
Yep. And now this idea you mentioned, just bishop h5, just to kick the white
bishop
the black queen
h5,
off.
queen d6. I don't know if white can go g3 or
Okay.
he would go f4.
Because f4 might be part of the plan later, but g3 would be the ideal move. Are you worried about some rook takes f2?
Well, for now, I
Sacrifices.
think there is no rook f2 because there is not much after
No backup.
rook
no follow-up.
g2.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, so g3 is very sensible, actually. This is this is the other question, I think. That after g6, bishop g4, rook e8, let's say.
Okay.
But again, it looks kind of dubious, right? Because bishop h6, forcing black to exchange.
Yeah.
And then black is in big danger
Big
with
squares.
the e6 square.
Yeah.
So I think black has to be extremely smart and precise in this position, not to allow for white to control the white squares.
Yeah. Are you surprised that Magnus has repeated this? Because this game was just a couple of months ago and it was his most recent game in this line. I mean, he's walking straight forward into preparation, head first, just allowing Nepomniachtchi to show his idea. That's brave.
Yeah, but winning 4 games in a row and after that still believing in yourself,
Yeah.
and if he felt that he had absolutely no problem in that game, it is kind of logical consequences of his way of thinking.
No, perhaps.
But
Either
queen
way,
d1 is, I'm sure already in that game he was considering queen d1. So it does not come as a 100% big surprise to him.
So queen d1 on the board, and yeah, another thing that isn't a surprise is that this position has been analyzed quite a lot, a couple of 100 times on the cloud, on the database. So, and there, bishop a5 looks to be the most analyzed move. So actually, we mentioned this, just trying to.
Well, this is the
target
most
pawn and
straightforward to highlight the problems of white's position, right? Just immediately attacking on c3, which after, obviously, white will be pushing his bishop either to, actually also bishop g4 maybe is
Okay, just to give a
possible
pawn.
to give a pawn, but of course bishop h5 is the first move which has to be considered.
Because now if black tries to keep an eye on this bishop with queen f5, then you play bishop g4 with tempo and you...
Yeah, and then I control
Right.
immediately the e6 square.
So I guess f6 looks like the safest square for the black queen.
f6 or d6, I think. And then we look the queen d3, didn't we?
Queen d3, yeah. And yeah, I don't see it. I think black has to play g6 at some
And
point.
then, okay, g6, bishop g4, rook e8.
Maybe this is the type of position that Magnus will have to head for and just hope that white can't play f4, f5.
Well,
at some
now,
point.
of course, it's important that white cannot go bishop h6 because of check, because of rook e1 and the f2
F2.
is hanging, so white has to think of something. For example, queen g3, maybe it's a nice move.
Okay, could I play...
Defending the f2, also defending the kind of bishop c7
Could I play
moves.
bishop c7 anyway, Judit?
Oh, I just said and I stopped it, and you don't believe me.
I don't know, just
But I think you will be in trouble, you know,
rook takes c1.
because
Could backfire.
takes, and it will backfire, I think, pretty heavily,
Bishop
because
h6.
bishop h6,
Yeah,
and then it's not
checkmate
possible.
coming. Yeah, tricksters get tricked.
So queen g3 can be pretty unpleasant for black now. h5 is not possible, so bishop h6 is a threat, practically.
Maybe knight d6, just to try and come around. Oh, but bishop g5.
Wow.
The bishops are coming
So
to life.
Queen g5, bishop e6.
Yeah, it's not easy at all, actually, this type of position.
No, it looks like a lot of tactics, a lot of
Yeah.
opportunities
Already.
for white.
Yeah, the bishop pair, like I said originally, it didn't look too impressive, but just give them 2 or 3 moves and...
Actually, I'm pretty sure that Nepo is very happy with his preparation. And you can see the time also. He spent just a few minutes for technicalities, not for thinking really about moves. At the same time, for Magnus, 25 minutes.
Yeah, and he does play
Square.
rook e8, so he's offering to give
Wow.
up this e-file. You mentioned that this is a bit of a risky strategy for black. Bishop h5
Okay,
is
so let's
almost
see what
automatic.
he has in mind.
I guess you could start with rook takes e8, but I'm not sure what move order.
Yeah,
want
this
to
is
head for.
also possible, and it's a question whether is he going to start with this or playing. But after this, maybe black goes queen f7, and the bishop is tied a little bit to f3 because of the f2 pawn.
Queen e2 maybe,
And then knight d6.
knight e6, bishop g5.
hoping to play rook e8 in the
Yeah.
next move.
I was going to say bishop g4 maybe, but
Sorry, bishop g4.
maybe, but knight e4, you have to calculate a bit suddenly.
Also, maybe he can go knight f5.
Just to block the
But
bishop.
knight e4 also looks pretty
Yeah.
nice.
Okay, so maybe this is one idea by Magnus, and bishop h5 is the other option in the current position. For sure, Nepomniachtchi, actually, he will have analysed this and looked a little bit deeper. Bishop
Okay,
h5.
so bishop h5,
Mm-hmm.
he takes on e1, rook takes e1, and now the question is queen f6, queen f5, let's say queen f5,
Either way, queen e2,
queen e2.
defending everything, and bishop g4 coming next.
I don't know, for some reason it looks very nice for white.
Yeah, I can tell in your voice you love white's position right now.
You also like white's position.
If I had to pick, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had this type of thing as black, never from the white side, but yeah.
Well,
I'm
Magnus
definitely-
cannot pick.
No, he can't pick. He wishes he
He has
could.
to. He has to deal with it. What he has.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say serious pressure, but some definite questions to answer for black right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it would be a good choice to swap the queens in some way or another.
He's already shown he wants that right earlier.
Yeah,
on queen g6.
yeah, by any means, even if it would cost him doubling his pawns.
Okay, so Magnus will be quite a bit lower on the clock and still with some issues to solve, we think. Maybe we can check out the Fallujah game.
Absolutely, because there are some
Also-
nice things happening here. Of course, e5 was played, knight b5, knight b5, knight d5, castle,
Okay.
a6. I'm sure this is all theory and many games on those, right?
Yes,
c4.
still well-known stuff. And
c4
c4.
to push away the knight first,
Okay.
knight b4 and knight back to c3, and now Rapport played d6 because somehow he wants to develop and loosen on the pressure. So the e5 pawn is always very unpleasant for black, right?
Just clamps down, right? And with a pawn on e5, there's always a kingside attack. So d6 makes a lot of sense. And as you mentioned, there have been quite a few games here. White's main move by far is actually to take on d6.
Takes and queen
And,
takes,
After takes, yep, queen takes. And knight e4.
knight e4, queen c7,
Yep. And I guess to try
d4.
and explode up in the center while black's king is in the middle. If black gets knight d3, then it's just going to be a beautiful position. So white has to open it up. As you mentioned, d4.
c takes d4.
C takes d4, and a very old game here between Tukmakov and Sveshnikov from 1978. And yeah, after c takes d4, actually white doesn't even recapture. Rook e1.
Rook e1. Well, nowadays it is very normal.
No surprise.
But this is even an old attitude can be as well.
Yeah, I guess.
Rook e1, trying to go c5, I guess, somehow.
Knight d6 check.
To take advantage of the fact that black did not castle yet. g6 is not possible because knight f6 checks, so black goes e6, or
Yeah.
bishop f5, bishop g4.
Yeah, all of these moves. Bishop g5, bishop g4, sorry. Also f6 has been played.
Ooh.
F5 has been played. A few moves. But yeah, bishop g4 I think has the most pedigree just by a couple of stronger players. This type of thing could well happen because if Fallujah doesn't kind of initiate this kind of forcing play with e takes d6, then creating threats on every move with knight e4, d4, rook e1, then I think Rapport's going to be very happy. If black just gets two moves, plays e6, develops castles.
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
yeah. So Fallujah, he has to head for something like this and still back it up with some
And
some
if
creativity.
you, just a small detail that Firuza spent half an hour by this time, and Rapport spent only 5 minutes,
Okay, so
which means that probably he knows more or less what he's doing, and he's happy with that.
yeah, I'm surprised by the opening choice by Rapport, but clearly it was picked specially for today.
Well,
Would you-
I think generally Sicilian looks good in Rapport's hand,
Yeah.
maybe better than the
Most
E5
openings look,
lines.
yeah.
No, it's simply for his character, I think, playing with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Because it's different. With white, many times he goes for the more solid, little plus equal d4 kind of lines, right?
Low
But when
risk.
you play with black, it's not the same to play a positional little verse position. It's a completely different story. I remember someone saying that I told someone that Shirov plays also so good end games. And then he said, yes, it's true, but he plays great end games when he's better. If you look at the end games where he's worse, that's another story.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think this is what I feel with Rapport, that with white he's okay playing with these solid, positional, slow positions where he's the one who is pressing, but it doesn't fit to his style going to other sides for being the defender.
Okay, that's a good, nice way to put it. Like, just you like to squeeze, but you don't like to be squeezed. Right?
Well, okay, this is
Yeah,
kind of obvious, right?
Yeah,
but
but
still, in Sergei Karyakin's case, it's not the case,
doesn't
right?
mind
He
so
doesn't
much.
care. He has to suffer a little, or
I guess-
he has little verse position. He's not making a big deal out of it. He just makes a draw.
I guess that's also the old school of chess, right?
Yeah.
You're happy to just be solid with black and just
Yeah.
knuckle down and defend. And Rapport's surprising Firouzja with this line, clearly.
And for him, it worked very well against Sergei when he played Sicilian. Okay, Sergei was extremely aggressive in that game.
True.
But and he could save it at the end. But Rapport had he was brave. He took a pawn. He went into the complications in the middle game. And
Do you think Rapport as well, he'll also regret not taking this type of approach against Magnus, just having maybe a slightly worse position throughout and being on the
well,
opposite
he
side
was
of that
he was
grind?
kind of unhappy with himself that he chose this line, and he ended up pressed by Magnus for a long time.
Yeah.
And actually, it's a typical situation when, of course, he did unnecessary mistake what he did against Magnus. But it is also a consequences many times that you have a worse position. Just a little bit, they press you during the whole game, and eventually you crack, and then after the game you say, okay, I made a mistake, which I lost, I shouldn't have. But it's simply the consequences of it, that you're pressed for hours and hours, and you're just defending here and there. And then at one point you crack, especially when you go down in time.
Yeah, and I know from experienced chess players, we always, even if we crack later in the game, even if it wasn't the fault of the opening, we blame the opening, we want to try something new next time, and maybe that's why Rapport's gone back to the Sicilian.
D4.
D4, so an extremely rare move.
Okay.
What is his idea? So, for example, if C takes D4.
Yes, C takes D4 is the most obvious move, right? And
So Queen takes D4 is impossible
because of knight C2, right? Nowadays, I'm not sure about these
Yeah,
things.
even this is.
You never know. But it seems like,
Queen
though I'm
E4,
not
bishop
sure.
G5.
You know, I'm not sure. Yeah, you go somehow.
Or out some, or E takes D6 and bishop F4 and some. It's still, you have to doubt it, right? It's a whole rook, but
Well, it's a half rook.
it's half rook.
Because
Okay,
this
you get a knight back.
does not come out, right?
Okay, so maybe Firouzja, thinking all this time, has come
Okay,
up with
but
something. that's
actually after
more
Queen
likely.
D4, of course, Knight C2 is the most critical, but also Knight C6 is possible
Okay,
to simply exchange the pawn. And
that would need a lot of self-restraint. You see a free rook and you just retreat and play positioning. Yeah. So after D4, C takes D4, let's assume that Firouzja probably doesn't want to give up the rook yet. What else? What else could he try? Okay, C takes D4 on
he
the board.
takes D4 on the board, and I think
Does-
we'll figure out very soon
Okay, does he
what
want
his
to give it
idea.
check with his queen?
Well, if check, then I think Knight C6,
Mm-hmm.
and after this, Bishop D7.
D7, yeah. No issues at all. How about the other move order? So maybe knight takes D4 first, but just
Okay.
D takes E5, right?
Okay, D takes E5, Queen A4, and Bishop
Bishop
D7,
D7.
right? Takes, and it seems to be Black is doing very fine.
Yeah. Knight D5, there's E6. and,
E6 move.
Yeah, just not quite in time for white. So very mysterious. D4. I mean, we mentioned he's in a must-win situation. Do you think he's going to burn all his bridges and go
I don't know. I'm
crazy for some
thinking,
attack already?
here Queen B7, E takes D, Rook E1, Bishop E7, Rook E7. I don't know.
King E7.
Nowadays, I just don't trust in these things anymore. You never know.
You don't want to be black here because you're getting attacked. You don't want to be white because you're rook down. Yeah, nowadays chess is hard.
You don't know how long you have to think to figure out that. But I think now black is really having a rook up and everything is fine for him.
Yeah, or king e8 maybe, just to be safe. But king f6 is brave.
Yeah, king e8 looks also quite fine. So what does white have in his mind?
Okay, so it's slightly surprising that he's thinking as well, because c takes d4 was a given once he's played d4.
Well, definitely that was the most obvious move. And queen d. You see?
Queen d4.
You see?
Wow. Okay.
I'm telling you, rooks doesn't count nowadays.
Wow, fire on the board from Firouzja already.
Woohoo.
It's a rook.
You see?
That, and
You see, nowadays a rook is just
it's a minor detail.
minor, completely.
Okay.
No, I'm telling you that I think white just gives up and develops. Bishop f4 is also kind of interesting.
Okay, wow. Bishop f4. I mean, I was going to say Firouzja spent a little bit of time, but if I was about to sacrifice a rook, I would have been probably trying to calculate right to the very end. And this is not the type of position where you can...
No, but I would be actually surprised if he would come up with this at the board.
Okay, but he's spent 35 minutes. It's...
Okay, but that can also be, yeah, this is a typical analysis between chess players, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he offers something. Is it a home preparation or not? Well, he spent 35 minutes already. No, it cannot be. No, but you don't offer a rook at the board, right?
Exactly, especially for some compensation that's still relatively kind of theoretical right now. It's not actually no
So
concrete
what is it?
breakthrough.
Let's say bishop f4. I want to play bishop f4 because I want simply to take on d6, right?
Okay, so say I take...
So e6, or you take, let's say, and if after takes, I have different ideas. First of all, I have just bishop e5.
Okay.
The other move I would wonder, if rook d1,
Yeah.
are you going to take this and you think that black is fine?
It's tempting. Black
But
has two rooks and...
Knight c3 and knight
piece.
d5 next?
Yeah. Yeah, the black king still needs a few moves. Okay,
Okay,
so say
but-
I don't give up the queen, say queen a5, or where's a safe square? Not too many safe squares, actually. Yeah, I don't see what black's next move is, to be honest, after bishop takes e5. Just e6, maybe? I mean, it's scary, but...
Okay, you have a pawn,
Yeah.
you have a
So,
rook up.
yeah,
As I say, it's a half a rook.
half a rook, and okay, this position after queen takes d4 right now.
Okay,
Surprise.
let's say queen d4, knight c2. So
Okay.
I think it's pretty obvious that white wants to go queen e4, no? That seems to be the most promising. Takes on a1, and now bishop g5 was also an alternative.
Yeah. So bishop g5, there's a small chance after d takes e5 you might get hit by f6 in some lines. I don't know whether, because black maybe wants f6 in some positions to play king f7 if he's not going to be able to castle.
Yeah, okay, so in this position, by the way, what about
He takes immediately, yeah. I guess.
Queen takes,
Yep, queen takes. Rook d1 maybe?
knight d5, bishop e6, yeah? If rook d1, knight d5.
Yeah, this type of thing. We found one trap. We found one nice idea. Nice
Okay,
checkmate.
so let's say queen c6.
Knight d5, just bishop e6, I guess. So queen d somewhere.
Queen d4, you just go
Just
with your
bishop
bishop, right?
Yeah. Not enough ammunition. So actually, Judit, this position has been studied before, of course, on the cloud over 100 times.
Only
Only. And guess what the evaluation is?
0, 0, 0.
Of course. So that's chess nowadays. With best play, both sides should be fine, but nothing more than that.
So what's
knight
the
takes
move
A1.
after knight a1? Is it bishop f4, rook d1,
So after
bg5?
let's check. So queen e4, knight takes, and a few moves have been analysed. ed6 and bishop f4 seem to be the most popular moves.
I
have
like
been
bishop
studied.
f4. And after d takes e5,
Yeah, bishop f4, d takes e5,
knight e5.
and apparently d takes e5 loses. So it's that type of position. Double-edged sword. Rook d1 was actually
It was the
initial
good move.
Rook d1, yeah. And okay, it's only been studied a few times here. If black does play, for example, queen a5, as we mentioned, then b4.
Of course, what else?
Yeah, of course. How did we miss this? We shouldn't have doubted b4, and I guess the idea is just to gain time with knight d5.
Yeah,
in a tempo,
but
so queen takes
actually,
b4, knight d5.
so queen d1 is losing.
Yep.
That's kind of interesting. Takes, knight c3, I
Knight
guess,
c3,
right?
yeah.
And simply black cannot develop in time.
Mm-hmm.
So knight d5 is there.
Yeah, I mean, okay, play goes on, but at least the engine thinks it's pretty good for white. I guess the queens and knights will create some
What
huge
an
threats.
awful position to face in the last round for Rapport, no?
Yeah.
And can you
it's
imagine, you play this line, you think, okay, it's just, you exchange some pawns, middle game, and then suddenly you receive this queen d4, and you said, queen d4 is not possible, it's a rook. I said, no, no, no.
Yeah, and okay, Rapport's, he knows he needs to win as well as black, and he's taking up the
Well,
challenge.
probably he thinks that, come on, you just cannot give rooks in move 10 without paying its price.
Yeah, it's the psychology. I mean, that's what intrigues me. It's just the fact that Fabrizio spent 35 minutes before going for this. I mean, surely it would be scarier if you knew this type of position, if you just bash out the moves and...
Well, yeah, probably if Firuza would have spent like 10 minutes until this point, he wouldn't go knight c2.
Okay, then
No?
you play knight c6 and just try to... maybe. You think Firuzia's spent that time on purpose, partly
You
double
never
checking his
know. I
variations,
mean, there are a lot
partly
of
luring him in.
players who do that.
Yeah, true. I do it in blitz games sometimes, just if there's a small dirty two-move trick, just spend 10 seconds just shaking the head. But in classical chess, it's...
Though I'm surprised now that he's thinking.
Firuzia's thinking, yeah. I mean, it's already the point of no return, right? You've allowed knight c2.
Well, he's not sacrificing his queen.
Yeah. I think the other squares as well, they don't make as much sense. Queen e4 is just so
No,
natural.
queen e4 is just so centralized, right?
Yeah.
It
The
just
same-
stands so well on e4.
The same file as the black king, forcing the black knight, well, covering the escape route of the black knight.
So after bishop f4, what is the good move if d takes e5 is losing?
Yeah.
Is it bishop g4 or e6 or
A lot of moves have been
knight
analysed.
c2?
Bishop e6, maybe. I'm not sure I would play this one at the board. Just giving
Well,
up the b7
actually,
pawn.
there is not much of a choice.
Yeah. Knight c2 feels wrong somehow because yes, you.
And
Okay, queen e4 on the board
yeah, knight a1.
disappears. Okay, definitely got what we wanted in this last round.
Well, what a game.
This is going to be distracting as well for Magnus. We know Magnus likes to keep an eye out on the other boards, and here his two kind of chasers in the tournament. Knight takes
I
a1.
wonder if Rapport have seen this move before. Was he analyzing it? Because it's very
It's-
much his type of move, right?
Yeah.
So it comes to his head also, this kind of... And it's typically that strong players love initiative by any means, right?
Yeah.
Even just sacrificing a rook.
Yeah, they love testing the opponent. They love forcing the opponent to find only moves on every turn. So you know Rapport quite well. Is he the type of player to study a lot with an engine in these deep lines, in these quite rare lines as well? Do you think?
I don't know. I don't know him so well that I would know. But I'm pretty sure that he is working with engine as well, of course. Well, who doesn't? The only
True.
question is on how many hours and what kind of positions,
Yeah.
right?
How professionally, what depth you leave the engine to
And what kind of
study to.
position with which engine you're
Yeah.
working with.
How about yourself? Did you study a lot with engines kind of towards the later days of your playing career, or did you still try to kind of do things the traditional way?
Well, I knew that I don't have a chance to not to do those things. Even though I have to admit that I was struggling to admit in the early 20s, 2001 to somehow there, I had big struggle that I didn't want to work with the engines really.
Sure.
And then the engines tricked me with evaluation, with ideas. I didn't go deep enough.
It's a whole new language, right?
Yeah. And but then I had to admit that there is no way out. It's either you use your engines or you use another engine.
Yeah. Sure.
But there is no way. Simply, you don't have enough time for. First of all, you don't have enough time. Secondly, just much more efficient using it. So later on, it also only the big question is, and I think ever since it's a big question for players, how to keep the balance. To work at the chessboard and rely on your ideas, and then you have a sparring partner or coach, someone who is checking it.
Yeah.
So that's the most ideal. But I was using it, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
No, I admit as well, I was reluctant to start using them, and there were moments when I did eventually give in to the temptation that I was just brainwashed by the engine. I just thought, okay, this position is fine, and I get to the board and I think, why did I play this?
Yeah, okay, that happens all the
Countless
time,
times,
of course.
yeah.
For weaker players, I think it happens pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
And also for stronger players, I know that it happened. It happened with me one game when, I don't remember when was it, but it was when I was still hesitating, and this didn't help on trusting the computers. I was playing with Mickey Adams,
Okay.
Marshall, and before the game, I was checking some ID, and I was very happy with that. The novelty, I checked it. Of course, I didn't have enough time to go deep enough. And the evaluation said that I have like +2 or something.
Okay.
So we're having that on the board. I make the move. He replies, very interesting. And I see that it should be perpetual check. I understand. No. But the computer said I'm winning, so I should deviate from there, right?
Okay.
So I went out from the perpetual check,
Oh, no,
and I shouldn't have, and I lost the game.
Oh, engines.
So after that, again, I had a bad relationship with with the engine, and yeah, but there are problems with the engine's evaluation in some cases, and in those days there were much bigger problems.
Yeah, especially in the opening, like you said, like the Marshall. I mean, there was this famous case between Kramnik and Leko in 2004 with the World Championship match where
Yes.
one of Kramnik's seconds didn't check long enough with the engine. And
But I heard that the second, I think, he understood that there is a danger already when he was on the way to the playing hall or something, and couldn't give the info
pass on the
anymore.
message.
Yeah.
Wow. No, my most engines
So,
do that.
so knight a1, bishop f4 is
Yep.
the best, right?
I mean, I haven't looked too deeply, but it's the move that's been analysed, which usually means if the experts up there studying with the cloud, studying with these really strong supercomputers, if they think bishop f4 is the best move.
No, but this is really incredible that he's spending time again. So is it something that he's...
Do you think it's the type of position maybe he looked at 2 or 3 years ago and he's struggling to recall the details? Because that could be a factor, just he recalls that giving up the rook works, or it
And
could
then,
be
but
interesting.
another way is that maybe instead of bishop f4, there is another move, which is just equally interesting, which, I don't know, e takes d6, we didn't check at all.
E takes d6.
No, we talked about it.
Yeah, and queen takes d6.
Queen
is the move.
d6, bishop f4. Ah, yeah, this is what we looked, right?
Yeah.
No, rook d1,
Okay, and then queen c6,
and
and
then
we thought
queen
black was...
c6, yeah.
okay.
Black is fine.
Yeah. So e takes d6, it's more forcing, but maybe it also helps black to gain a little bit of time by threatening these queen trades. So, yeah, bishop f4 to me looks the most natural.
Yeah, bishop f4 somehow looks more energetic,
Maybe you could
dynamic.
argue,
Not to make the black queen develop so fast.
maybe you could make an argument for rook d1 in the current position as well.
After knight a1?
Yep, maybe here.
Okay, that's also interesting.
Still the threat of e takes d6. I noticed in the other lines after bishop f4, after e takes d6, the move that's always analysed is bishop e6 here for black, so maybe bishop e6 again just to block the e file.
And e takes d6?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to
Well,
clench
you
my
take
teeth
it
and
back.
just take it back. Yeah.
Well, you don't really have a choice,
Yeah.
I guess.
At least now knight d4 or knight g5. Can black just ignore it, or does black play queen d7? Just to defend the bishop? Still unclear. I mean, there's always ideas like f4, there's always ideas like knight d5. F4 here, maybe black castles queenside.
That's true, but what about knight d5?
Mm-hmm. Not easy at all.
No, it looks scary for black, but you should always remind yourself that you have at least a rook for this.
True, you can give back something.
And
Maybe
it will
black
take
gives-
time until
Maybe black gives up the a8 rook and lets the white knight go to a8 this time, just to get the queens off. Bishop e7, knight b6, queen c6 or something, and just give back the material. And yeah, this one is definitely going to be exciting, but very, very surprising to see Firouzja. Firouzja, I think, for so long at this point. So, yeah, meanwhile, maybe we can just take a quick peek back at Magnus's game.
Yeah.
Some small developments. The rooks have been exchanged.
And then white played bishop e2.
Ooh, okay, so maybe just deciding that d3 is the best square for the white
Yeah,
bishop.
d3 is actually a good square, but still.
Yeah, we were thinking on more forceful paths, right?
Yeah, but now if rook e1, we said
Queen
queen
f7,
f7, right? And
Yeah, queen e2 we were thinking, and
yeah, but it
Knight
makes
d6,
it
yeah.
it makes sense actually of bishop e2, right? To have the bishop on d3. I mean, then these two bishops can be very powerful.
yeah, maybe white just lines up against the h-pawn and it's not comfortable for black to defend. Yeah, bishop e2, queen e6 was Magnus's reply. And
Well, probably
Bishop
the
d3,
idea is
surely.
after bishop d3, he wants to control the e5. Don't you think so?
okay. Yeah,
And the idea of bishop queen e6 that it controls pretty well the white squares.
and it's also nice that after bishop d3, rook e8, you control the sixth rank as well. So queen h5, you can always meet with g6. If the black queen was somewhere else, you have to worry about some sacrifices potentially. But even this type of position, if white just plays, say, h4, h5, eventually plays queen
Would
c2,
would you go something like that already?
I would be slightly tempted. I just want to play queen c2 and hit h7. Maybe I can start this way, but h4 now, there's queen g4 maybe.
These white squares. But queen
many of them.
g4, bishop g5, and maybe then on g6.
Ah, okay. Yeah, these bishops as well. Yeah, definitely some ideas for Nepomniachtchi, and he's still got a lot of time, a lot of extra time. Yeah, what else to do here other than bishop d3? That's the question. I doubt white ever wants to take on c4. I doubt rook e1 just gets pinned by rook e8.
Well, he can still go bishop g4 with the tempo and then ask where the queen is going to be
Ah, okay.
heading to.
That makes sense. I guess black will play queen f6 to try and stop rook e1.
Yeah, and then queen e2, still control
So
the
similar
e5.
to, similar to something
I
we
don't know,
showed.
somehow I want to control the e5.
That's good chess strategy, right? Open files, controlling them.
Somehow limit the opportunities for black.
Maybe black could play queen f7 last move just to be slightly more accurate. That's the queen e2, rook e8. Either way, Nepomniachtchi just having a look around. Not too exciting compared to the other game. Suddenly, this one feels like a much slower battle.
Well, and what about bishop d3 and on rook e8 to go queen h5?
Okay. provoking g6.
Yeah, forcing that, and then somehow queen h6.
So what's your next move? Is it f4, f5? Is it h4, h5? A mix?
You're so curious.
I don't know. Okay, I'll answer for myself. Okay, so say
I
bishop
don't know.
A.
Bishop f4 is also possible. I mean, time to time, I could be thinking to play bishop f4, eliminate, take on c4, and then maybe bishop e5.
Okay, so say let's go for some counterplay with black, bishop a5. Just while your queen is distracted. It looks nice for white, but no clear way to defend the c3 pawn.
You're so greedy.
I know. You've noticed this, right? Every day I'm just grabbing.
No, I just noticed it really, that you really want to grab that pawn.
I just want to make sure you're not bluffing. I notice I always want to grab pawns, but in my game I'm never brave enough to grab pawns. So
only in commentary?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
Picking up some bad habits.
f4.
Let's go, f4.
Let's go. Maybe it's too much. You take.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take.
f5.
Okay, maybe do I flick in bishop takes d4 first, maybe?
Of course. What else?
Yeah, I see a pawn. I want to take a pawn.
So sorry. Yeah, I think it was too much because if I come back, you play
Bishop e5,
bishop
maybe.
e3 or bishop e5.
And queen g5, this is queen g6 as well. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, all those pawns.
So bishop d3,
Let's try bishop
you go
d3.
here. Ah, you know what I can do? I go queen h5,
Okay.
and then I go queen f3.
So you want to cling on to your c3 pawn if I attack it?
Yeah, just in case. If you
case.
want to go bishop a5, then
Okay.
you will regret it.
Yeah. Bishop a5, no threat. So
No threat.
okay, say bishop c7 or just a useful move.
Okay,
What's-
bishop h6.
Okay, so
I don't want anything, just to press.
just to improve the pieces. Yeah, suddenly it's hard for black to find a plan. Knight d6 always looks a bit slow. Maybe knight d6.
Well, probably that's what you have to do. Knight f5, knight f7, knight e4, all kind of options
Yep.
for later.
Yeah, without the e-file, it's not 100% clear what what he wants next. Yeah, Firouzja still thinking in that other game, by the way. A rook down and
Yeah,
40 minutes down.
he
on
just
the clock.
wanted to make sure he has rook down.
He's playing for the audience. He's
Frightens Rapport, checking his bravery.
but surely Rapport, he's going to be gaining in confidence every minute that Firouzja thinks.
Absolutely, and also he has time to spend calculating himself, right?
True.
So,
Yeah, Magnus down, just before this move, he was down half an hour on the clock. Now it's down to a 25-minute difference, but either way, Magnus not 100% comfortable, maybe. Not yet, at least. And yeah, the other remaining game, Karyakin against Tari, just developing quite slowly. That one much less life compared to these two games among the leaders.
well, of course, the Rapport game is the most exciting, right? Because we have not seen in this tournament anyone sacrificing a rook at move 10.
We've seen
And
maybe-
after that, thinking 15 minutes.
Yeah, true. We've seen the King's Gambit with this sacrifice of a rook on
Oh,
h1.
yeah.
That was quite interesting.
Oh yeah, that was convincing by Napo, right?
By Napo, but that was all a kind of a fast blur because
And
it was an
okay,
Armageddon.
that's Armageddon.
Yeah,
In Armageddon, you're more open to sacrifice pieces.
yeah, you can take risks. You got more
Yeah.
time with white. Here, Firouzja definitely doesn't have as much time. So, okay. You still prefer white in this game, Judit?
Yeah, I would take Napo here. Yeah,
Yeah. So,
but you're not. I didn't surprise you with that. I
no,
think.
no, just checking. Yeah. I
What
feel the
about
same.
you?
I feel the same. Yeah. Unless I had Magnus playing the black pieces with me, then I'd be happy to defend.
You're on the secure.
Okay, wow, a big decision actually from Nepomniachtchi.
Wow.
I mentioned that most likely you don't want to take on c4. But he's played it.
He does.
He does. And now, okay, we were completely wrong about the reason for bishop e2. We thought just repositioning the bishop on a better square. But now after
Well, actually, I think white is also a little bit better here as well.
white
Rook
can't
e1,
be worse, but yeah.
rook e1, and queen e2 next move.
Okay, so say queen f7 maybe, or queen d5, I'm not sure. Queen f7.
Well, whatever, queen e2,
Okay, and now black needs to improve the bishop.
controlling the e file.
Yeah, bishop a3 might be coming there.
Extremely important. Bishop a5 or bishop c7?
I wanted bishop c7 originally, but bishop a3 is slightly annoying. Rook d8
Queen e7.
and queen e7 type of things. Yeah. Yeah, invading. Threat of queen takes f7 and rook e7 check. How about bishop a5 earlier, just to go pawn grabbing? Just to try and disrupt the queen e2, bishop a5, I guess. It's not even to pawn grab, I just want to tie down white slightly.
And to play b5 to secure your pawn on c4.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So,
bishop a3 is tempting, actually.
okay, bishop a3. Can I take on c3? So rook c1, I have rook e8.
Yeah, I think you can.
Yeah. Bishop d2.
Okay, bishop d2, what can I do?
Okay, b5, I guess, for black. And if the queens and rooks come off, black is very happy. But can white make use of this e file? Maybe f3, queen e6 at some point, or queen e4.
Well, then he might as well play f4.
Yeah, true. Push on the side you're stronger.
I don't know, maybe bishop b6 and c5.
c5, yeah. Sometimes just a quick a5, b4 as well. Okay, meanwhile, we're heading for this position.
Yeah, queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2 on the board. Now bishop a5 was our suggestion. What else? Simply bishop c7 looked a bit slow. Bishop d8, bishop a3 traps the black rook. Maybe black can just play a move like h6 and still solid, but bishop a5 looks pretty.
Bishop a5
Pretty
looks good because it makes the white bishop passive. I would like to have it on a3 and have the activity.
Yeah. And if white's forced to play a move like bishop d2, then definitely
Well,
worth
it
looking in
is.
bishop a5.
Yeah, b5.
Yeah, b5. I think white has to push pawns. What else? f2 still hanging if the white queen moves, so f4 maybe.
Bishop c7.
Okay. Yeah, queen e4,
Queen e4, queen d5.
d5 always. Queen exchange if white's rook can't get in, if white's rook can't enter. Looks pretty nice for black. Yeah, looks like black solved all the problems. I think Magnus is going to be fine in this game.
Yeah, here it looks okay.
Okay, what if white plays slowly? g3. Oh, don't really want to, but I guess black just puts a queen on d5 anyway at some point. Maybe h6. Just to
Well,
give some
queen
lift.
e6 might be an option, right?
Yeah. I was wondering if black can just take the queens off and play rook f6 in that case. Just continuously harass the white rook until it leaves the black half. A bishop endgame.
Shouldn't be too
Shouldn't
bad
be too bad for black.
no?
Black's queenside majority is quite mobile as well, actually. a5, b4 later. Yeah, this looks fine too. Rook e7, rook f7, rook e8, rook f8, just
Okay.
keep chasing.
Okay. On bishop a5, you know what I do?
Okay,
I play queen e3.
Queen E3.
because I want to have my bishop A3.
Okay, makes sense.
Now this bishop D2, I'm not happy with that.
Just a bad square, yeah, on D2.
So anyway, I want to have my bishop on A3 and possibly activate it all the way to E5.
Okay, so say
I have to go a little bit around,
yeah,
but it's worth it.
sometimes you need to take a detour. Okay, so B5 again.
B5, and after B5 already bishop A3,
Rook D8.
rook D8, and
Yeah. Bishop C5, maybe, just to sit.
bishop B6.
Okay. Yeah, an exchange of bishops, probably fine for black. Yeah, I don't see how white makes progress really, because if you push kingside pawns...
Okay, I
there's-
wait here. After rook D8, I start pushing my pawns.
Okay. G3, F4, okay.
Sorry, I'm doing it more
F4
aggressive
forward,
than that.
that's good. Bishop C7 is... well, maybe.
Okay, G3.
G3. I forced you to...
You want me to play
to take
G3
the
so
slow,
much.
slow approach. A5, maybe? But then you might just sit on C5 with the bishop. Yeah.
Well, I don't know bishop
D6.
D6, but I think this can be dangerous for black takes and queen E5.
In major piece endings, it's always the king, right? And black's king, maybe slightly weaker than the other. Rook D8,
F5.
F5, okay. Yeah, it's hard for black to ever play B4 now. Queen takes A5. H6, just... I mean, black should hold, but white's maybe still got a little bit of pressure. And meanwhile, just while the players think, while Magnus Carlsen has a think, I think we'll just take a very short break. We might invite a very special guest, so join us soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're joined here in the studio by Grandmaster Inian, who's just finished second place in the Norway Chess Open. Welcome, and how are you feeling after this
Hi.
success?
It's great. It's a really strong tournament here, and getting second place is good.
Okay, how did the tournament go for you? Was it a bit up and down, or was it quite smooth sailing throughout?
It was really down, and then I drew my first game, and then by fourth game I had 2 points. So I thought I'm not going to get even to the top 10 prizes.
Okay.
But then after last games, I won almost everything, and in the last 3 games, I won against 3 grandmasters. So it's good.
Okay, and Gukesh ended up winning. Were you
Yeah.
impressed by his play?
Yeah, definitely. He played really fantastic, and against me, he made only 3 draws in the whole tournament, and against such strong opponents, that's great. And maybe I could have, if I won against him, I have a chance to get the first prize. But the game was nowhere. I didn't get much chances to win, so the game was strong.
Okay, what have your experiences been like here in Norway? Is it your first time here?
Yeah, I'm in Norway for the first time. The place is really beautiful, and I would like to come back again. And I was staying here for quite a few days before the tournament started, and I was going about to the nearby places, and the place is really beautiful.
Okay, so in Stavanger and the surrounding
Yeah,
areas.
the surrounding areas. Yeah.
What's been your favorite place sightseeing?
I've been to Vasoi in the island, and
Okay.
the island is nice.
Okay, nice.
But usually you don't have too much free time when you play in a tournament, do you?
Yeah, but I came 10 days before here,
Oh.
so I was going around.
Did you end up in the quarantine or no?
No.
Just for
because
visiting
I
places?
tested negative, so there was no need for it.
And maybe we can ask your opinion here on some of the games, Ilian.
Yeah, sure.
Have you been following the Masters here, this section?
Now, when
you
I
guys?
got time, because in the group that I played, there were double rounds in some days, and there was the Blitz tournament where you won.
Oh, I got lucky.
I lost to him, otherwise I had a full score.
Yeah. Yeah, so some of the games here, they're very tense. Here we see Magnus defending as black against Nepomniachtchi. Any thoughts on this position? Who would you prefer?
He just played h6.
H6 by
You were
Magnus.
suggesting.
A few months
something
before,
similar.
it seemed he was worse. But now
Magnus,
it seems
yeah.
good, yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
think? You also not sure about bishop c4 or the bishop e2 you didn't like?
Bishop c4, I don't like much. I think that keeping the bishop would be better. After bishop c4, dc4, I don't see. Yeah, now black seems to have got a lot of play here. And how is white supposed to improve now?
Well, I wanted to go bishop a3,
Yes,
push
and then
away the
rook,
rook,
rook
so you
d8.
go rook d8, and somehow possibly push my pawn f4.
But then the king also becomes weak when you go f4, g4, and gives black more chances.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not sure about g4 immediately, but with time.
Maybe you're just getting ready for an endgame, just g3, king g2, queen e4, king f3, just slowly.
Also, maybe it's possible to regroup and having queen move away and rook e5.
Okay, so he's made a move, it looks like.
Bishop a3 is on the
Bishop
board.
a3. Yeah, so
Rook d8,
rook d8
yeah.
as expected.
and then f4.
So you think no real problems for Magnus?
Not
Bishop.
much,
No.
because I'll just keep playing waiting moves with black piece.
Yeah.
So what is the waiting move?
Just move the rook, or
Sorry?
just move the rook, keep moving the rook.
Or you just move rook c8 or
Because I
somewhere?
don't think black can do anything active now, and the bishop on a5 I think has to stay there to keep pressure on the c3 pawn.
But you know, maybe he went h6 in order to play something like bishop e7 and after queen e7 kind of move any, well, not now,
Yeah.
but
Like
let's
bishop
say
e2,
g3 or something, bishop c7, queen e7, then he can go rook f7, rook d7. So the king can go out
Yeah.
if it's necessary. I don't know.
Maybe we can also ask your opinion on the other game.
Yeah.
Very exciting game.
Yeah,
between
this is
Firouzja.
kind of,
This game was
Report.
crazy. Oh, he's thinking for a long time here.
yeah, I think he's thinking like, I don't know, half an hour?
Yeah.
I don't know for how long, but
He's nearly an hour down on the clock now.
But
He
you
sacrificed the
have
rook.
given a rook, you should have been prepared for this. But yeah, maybe he can play it over the board. Black's pieces are not developed.
for you it's also new? You haven't
Yeah.
analyzed this?
No, I have not.
Oh, you're
I
not
don't play this
playing
opening.
this?
Yeah.
Neither of the color, yeah.
So with fresh eyes to this position,
Yeah.
what would be the first things that come to mind?
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4, yeah. I mean, we thought the same. It's hard to come up with anything else, really.
And what is black going to do now? I think e6 and bishop e7. What if e6 and bishop
Yeah,
e7?
d5 is losing, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to
To
open.
rook
I don't
d1.
want to give tempos more. I just play e6, bishop e7, and castle.
Okay.
Okay, but then after e6, I think
And then
takes.
bishop takes,
Rook
and then
d1.
rook d1. And then if castle, you can just take on d6 and rook d1 and take on a1. Even that is
Yeah.
winning
Yeah.
for you.
No, I think this is
Suddenly,
hopeless.
yeah.
No, I think after bishop f4, what did we look?
I think we were
Bishop-
considering bishop e6,
Bishop e6.
just so that we can take back on d6 with a pawn.
And after queen b7?
Yeah.
Queen
Now it is.
c8. Queen c8.
Yeah.
Yep. Now the knight gets out as well if you don't trade queens.
Yeah. Even if queen e4, that's bishop f5 and then knight c2.
Yeah.
You guys are greedy. You want to get back this knight.
Black is going to suffer for the development, at least have the rook.
Yeah. It's the modern way, right?
Yeah.
We've seen engines, they try and cling on and somehow survive.
But I don't know what's this. White has like 2 pawns for it.
And bishop is back. You'll take on c2.
Yeah.
But if I play e6,
Scary.
I'm never getting the bishop out.
Well,
Bishop on f8 is stuck there.
I don't know.
Yeah, now it looks pretty good.
For what?
For white.
For white, yeah, for white, sorry.
So I
Yeah, I'm
think,
not that greedy. How about knight back to b4 last move?
yeah.
Sorry, instead of e6.
What do you do? Knight b4?
b4. I just want to get to safety and stop knight b5.
Try to sneak away with your knight. But I think you want to go bishop d3, I understand.
Maybe, but maybe rook d1 anyway. Yeah. Bishop e6 maybe. Just to hit c4 and to play e d6. Okay, maybe black surviving. Still,
Well, anything can be, I think, this
still, yeah.
game.
I wouldn't be surprised if white was doing pretty well still here, but yeah, in
Well,
the current position, it's just
For sure, it's kind of unusual to sacrifice a rook and then think 40 minutes.
yeah.
And also the time control here is so short here.
Yeah.
No added time after move 40.
Yeah.
Just
What was the time control in the open?
It's the 130 plus 30.
Ah, okay.
It's a class
the whole
4 hours
game.
control. But here there's no increment.
yeah.
So what do you think about the Armageddon system?
I think it's a really nice idea because a lot of players just play to get a draw, and it's hard when you're facing such an opponent. But if you have an Armageddon, you're going to get a result. You don't have to be afraid of that.
And you play a lot of open tournaments. Do you think Armageddon is something that could be integrated into Swiss systems?
But
open
it's going to be
tournaments?
hard in Swiss systems because there are lots of players there,
Yeah.
and it will be difficult to get that. But if it happens, then it's really good because especially in the Swiss systems, when you're playing against much lower rated players and they have white pieces, we just play to simplify and draw.
Yeah. And yeah, the player's heading for some deep thinks.
We have a move between Magnus Napo and h4.
Okay, so pushing pawns, but not the one we
Yeah.
expected.
Because, I mean, it's not Magnus's style to do nothing, right? To go rook c8, rook d8. So he is going to be doing something. Though I don't know what is white's next move, let's say
Can
b5.
black go something b5 and then
Yeah.
bishop back a5, push on the queen side? But let's say bishop goes to c7 and then black gets a5.
You go first bishop c7?
I mean b5 and then somehow get bishop c7. But
Yeah, this is the question, generally speaking.
my point is if black moves the bishop away from a5 and then gets a5, white will exchange the queen e6 and the c6 will be weak, possibly. The a5 bishop is the one that keeps white's queen or bishop under control.
Yeah, what's the idea as well behind h4? I'm struggling to see any direct purpose, just gaining space, but
Maybe
Other than
white, well, queen h3 doesn't make any sense, yeah? Because after that rook e8 or what?
yeah, rook e8, I think. Any exchange of queens or rooks only helps black. Maybe it's just that type of position that's completely equal and neither side really wants to do anything. It's not just black who's going to wait. It's
Yeah.
maybe just g3 and sit.
Okay,
What is the
G3.
score now? Magnus needs to win. Right?
Magnus leads with 18 points.
Yeah.
Leads. Okay.
Yeah, and then second Rapport with 16.5. So actually, if Magnus makes a draw here, he has 19 before the Armageddon. If let's say Rapport wins, well, he has a rook up, yeah.
And an hour up.
So let's say he wins, then Magnus has to win
Yeah.
in the Armageddon, and then they make a playoff for the first prize.
The scoring system is totally different.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Even in the last edition, when there was Armageddon, it was I think 2, 1.5, and half.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think if you win in the normal, it's 2. In the draw, it's
I'm
1.5.
not sure.
And this time, it's completely different.
Was it different? Maybe.
It seems to have worked quite well this tournament, just in terms of just fairness and getting the players fighting and prioritizing
This
the
one,
classical.
this one gives more points to win than to draw.
Yeah. Okay, Inian, thank you so much for joining us. It's been really interesting. And what are your next plans?
I'm going to be playing in a tournament in Bulgaria next.
Okay. Best of luck there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll be back in a moment. Hi everyone, welcome back. And we've got another guest for you here in the studio. We're joined by Christopher Gressley, the Chief Arbiter of the Open section, and also the bar manager at my favourite place, the Goodnight Pub in Oslo. Christopher, how's it been here in Stavanger for you?
It's been awesome. I've never been in a tournament before where there's been no problem at all.
Wow. Okay.
Except from the last guest. He was the only one that caused problems when he did an illegal move. But that's the only thing that happened.
Oh wow, really?
In a completely one position, if I may add. So he just he captured the opponent's black squared bishop with his white squared bishop.
Wow, he failed
Unexpected
to mention that to
move.
us. How did you deal with it? You had to step in. Did he realize his?
Yeah, immediately. And I mean, it's an illegal move is 2 minutes extra to the opponent, but in a completely lost position in standard chess, that's not going to help too much.
Okay, and a second illegal move, would that be? a game?
Yeah, that is a loss.
Okay.
But it was like 3 more moves, and then the opponent resigned.
Okay.
So
didn't change too
I
much.
mean, yeah, if you're in a complete one position, you let your guard a little bit down. But other than that, I have not been arbiter in a competition with so little hassle. It's been a pleasure from round 1 to round 10.
Okay. How did you first get into becoming an arbiter?
Well, it's basically that in a lot of chess clubs, I guess someone has to do stuff, and otherwise it doesn't happen. So I was one of those persons that just did stuff and wanted to have tournaments, and we didn't have an arbiter, so yeah, sure, I'll do the arbiter courses then.
Okay.
And after that, I've been arbiting more and more and playing less and less.
Do you miss the playing though?
Not when I see how exhausted people are after 10 rounds. I mean, I'm a little bit tired as well, being arbiter, but I mean, it's nothing compared to those droopy eyes after 10 rounds. So it's extremely fun to play, of course, but it's also nice to do arbitering and help people to play.
Yeah.
It was like 120 people in the tournament, and that's it's really nice to finally have an over-the-board tournament in Norway again.
Yeah. When was the last time you had an over-the-board tournament?
I think it was in like June 2020.
Okay.
So it's been a horrible year for chess in Norway, but now I think a couple of participants had a horrible experience because all the youngsters haven't played for 1.5 years, but just been blitzing out 1,000 of games. So you had the youngsters rising 200 points in this tournament.
Wow.
And you had like old people losing the same amount. So right now I don't think I'm going to play this year. I'm just going to wait until the youngsters have passed me and then go back into playing.
Fair enough. Actually, we have a mutual friend, Askild, who was the top seed in his section.
Yeah.
He mentioned, he wants to make an age limit on only over 30s allowed.
It's been a rough tournament for the old people and a brilliant tournament for a lot of the hopeful youngsters in Norway.
Okay. And was this your first time, Mr. Banger? You've been here before?
Yeah, I've been watching the tournament like 3 or 4 times. So I've been there like half of the times it's been, and I hope I'm getting invited to arbit the Open tournament next year as well, when it's a 10-year anniversary for Norway Chess. That would be nice.
10 years. I'm sure the sponsors are listening now.
Yeah, I'm hoping to. They do.
You've made your pitch. Nice.
And can you tell us about how the COVID affected the chess pub?
Yeah, it's we've been closed more days than we've been open, and we haven't been allowed to serve beers and stuff. But the good thing is that in Oslo, people really love chess, and they really love to do other stuff than when they go out and drink. So we had a lot of the people coming back now. So. The good thing is that it's a really viable business in its own, even though I do it because I love chess, but it's a viable business. So now it's going to go back up, and we're going to hopefully be in surplus either this or next year then.
Okay, so you encourage all our viewers, if they're ever in Oslo, to come check out the Good Night?
Yeah, of course. It's worth, even if you're in Stavanger, you should just pop by and check out. It's like it's at least the first chess pub in the world where it's chess in all the boards and all the tables, and we have courses, tournaments, and lots of different chess events. I mean, we've had a tournament just with people not taking part in any clubs, which was bigger than the Norwegian Championships.
Wow.
So it's a lot of people that just sit and play on Chess24 and other chess sites where never having played over the board before, and they come and play against like people like Askild and being the top seed in the ELO group and crushes him. And yeah, well, I played like 120,000 games on Chess24 or other chess sites, so it's huge interest in chess in Norway. I mean, an example is that the Norwegian main channel, NRK, has like a market share of sometimes between 50 and 60%. Everyone of all people watching television are watching chess. It's insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that, of course, helps with people playing on chess websites.
Yeah, and for the World Championship later this year, that's going to be the same, right? And
yeah,
I expect
definitely.
I mean, it's going to be packed.
Yeah.
So how is it going? Let's say the World Championship match is going on, or Veikanze, or this. Is there commentary, or you just have a screen that you show
we have.
some
I mean, it's like
commenters?
in that case, it's
like
a normal football pub.
Yeah. This is what
we
I
show
wanted
it
to
on the
say.
big screens, but we also have our own commentators in one room, so people can get comments from a grandmaster or a local chess. We had Simen Agdestein being there, Torbjørn Ringdal Hansen, and a couple of other grandmasters being there, and guests commentating in one room where people that are extra interested in chess can come. But most people just enjoy watching the NRK and watching how the arrow, it's called, it's like a saying in Norway, "Se på pila," look at the arrow, because that is telling you how the game is. So whenever that's arrow, you have the same here, of course, I know that. And that is a big saying. And I mean, when in the pub, when the arrow moves from like 0 to 3 or something, it's a huge uproar. It's like someone scoring in a football game. Yeah, exactly. So it's during the World Championship, it's absolutely worth visits, if I may say so.
Maybe we should have a stream from there.
You're very welcome.
I know I'm going to be there a little bit during the World Championship.
Oh, okay.
If not every day.
Yeah, you have a stream yourself, I guess.
Yeah. And Kristoffer, you mentioned you've been here in Stavanger many years watching. Have you been following the tournament at all with Magnus this year?
Yeah, it's. I've been paying. I've been having one screen with the games from this tournament, and I can't have the games from my tournament on the screen, but I can have that web page. So I've been following, and it's been hugely impressive how Magnus has managed to win so many games in a row, and especially how he's managed to come out from really bad positions. So I really hope we get to see that in the World Championship match as well. That's we continue to have a Norwegian World Chess Championship, World Chess Champion. That would be great.
Yes, it would be. Yeah, Kristoffer, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. I'll see you at the good night sometime.
Yeah, see you.
Okay, we'll be back in a moment, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're back and the games are still in progress. They're still very tense. We've seen some moves from Alireza Firouzja, and I think that is the game that we're most excited about right now, Judit. What are you thinking about these developments?
Yeah, I mean, the knight took the rook, right? The rook was sacrificed by Alireza. After that, he was spending quite some time. And actually now at the on the board, after bishop e6, white took back the knight on a1. And so for now, white gave up an exchange, but he has great development. While the only problem for black is how is he going to develop with his pieces and castle and keep the material, extra material. But he played rook c8. And this is the position where Firouzja has only 40 minutes left and Rapport has 1 hour 40 minutes. So an extra hour he has, and he's not sitting at his table. It seems like he's kind of comfortable with his position. And really the question is whether white has enough compensation or no.
Instinct-wise, do you think Firouzja's done the right thing, taking on a1 and just giving black a timeout with an extra move with like rook c8? Does white have enough compensation?
It's
like
a question. I think he may have enough compensation because, let's say, actually he can maybe just play b3.
Okay, defend c4.
Defend c4, and still he's attacking the b7 pawn. I don't know if queen d7 is a good move here, because if black would be playing g6, let's say, I don't think it would be good, because white can capture on d6.
Okay.
And if takes, then maybe knight g5.
Yeah.
But also it's interesting whether knight d5 can be annoying, and then bishop g5. So there are quite some issues for both colors, for both sides, I think. So b3 is one option. If not b3, but let's say queen b7, going very concrete, I think black's idea is to take on c4 with his rook.
Okay. Gaining time against the f4 bishop.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
if white has to take a time out and move that piece, say bishop g3, what's black's next move? Queen c8?
I like queen c8
Yeah.
a lot.
Actually, the white queen doesn't have too many attractive squares to go to. Black still has to develop somehow, but no clear threats for white. So you're more tempted by b3 than queen takes b7.
Yeah, somehow I prefer rather not to give up that pawn. But for example, I don't know, what about knight d5?
Okay.
Defending the c4 pawn this way to block the e6 bishop.
Now, if black takes that knight, for example, you want to take out the pawn.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. I mean, if white's pawn gets to e6 now, it looks super scary. And
Yeah, that's not funny. But also white is trying to take capture on d6, right?
yeah, now you mention it, knight d5 looks quite appealing. What else could black try here? b5?
Well, maybe he can take on e5 and
give back some
maybe
material.
somehow rook c4 to give back. Let's say knight takes. And what about playing rook c4 takes and queen d5?
Yeah, interesting. So only a pawn up for black, but queen c7 still looks a bit scary.
What about playing f6?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm running out of ideas suddenly. Queen b8, queen d8, knight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and if I have to move the knight instead, then the black king can even hide on f7 if I didn't play queen b8 check. Say knight f3 or
Yeah, then king
king
f7,
f7 and
definitely.
black suddenly.
Definitely, and then black is
G5
going to play g5 or
G6,
g6,
yeah.
bishop g7, and black is fantastic. So after
Okay.
knight d5, this can be the drawback of that. Then after knight d5, captures on e5, and really to take on c4.
Yeah, interesting.
But I think things are very concrete here, and we have knight d5 on the board.
Okay, so this might become a real
Knight
factor
d5.
then. D takes e5 and rook c4 maybe. I was just wondering about b5, is this an idea? Or does white just reply with b3 and maybe b5 is too weakening for black?
b5 is interesting, and after c takes b5, you want to go simply d
D
takes e5.
Yeah, and white's knight on d5 hangs.
Well, of course, we have to check rook
Still,
d1.
yeah, still super complicated. It always goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no back rank tricks.
But maybe what about bishop d5, rook d5, and queen b6?
Okay, so knight takes e5.
Or, just to play for some tricks, queen c7. So you don't
Hoping
go
for knight
knight
takes
e5.
e5.
You don't go knight e5, right? Because of the back rank.
Yeah, but maybe rook takes e5 here.
Yeah, but there is no threat for the moment.
True.
So black might as well take, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, of course,
Still
I
unclear.
think, yeah, I think white has compensation, and maybe it's enough compensation, but black should be completely okay.
yeah. I mean, earlier we were talking as well about Firouzja, whether he was in preparation or not. I think by now we know he wasn't, but Rapport, there's a chance he might have been, right? Because he was playing very quickly up until this point,
Yeah,
and not spending that much
but,
time.
but I'm not sure his. Maybe
Yeah.
he just understands it and he has a good feeling for it, and he doesn't see why rook c8, bishop e6 was kind of not so difficult.
Just
No.
process of elimination, right?
Well, yeah,
else
yeah,
looked-
exactly. I mean, in this position, it was very difficult to make another move. And the developing
Once you
move
see
is,
d takes e5 is
Yeah,
dodgy. And
yeah. If you understand that d takes e5 is bad because the rook d1, and he's in good form in this tournament. Doesn't matter that he lost against Magnus,
Yeah.
and then yesterday things work out badly. Did we missed some things? Not only there, you know.
In the Armageddon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were some very bizarre.
was
Ooh,
a
there was
one-
serious
one-move
mistake.
win
Knight
as well.
f7.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to suggest a
If you just
different
think
move
so
order.
fast.
Bishop takes c6 and then
Yes.
knight d5, but then yeah,
And then he
the
played
other-
queen d7, and
the
then
other
things.
order. Yeah.
It was one move. If he finds, then he wins that Armageddon.
And he's
rapport.
probably winning the tournament report. I mean, if he wins yesterday and then
It's only
wins-
half a
yeah,
point
it's only half a
extra,
point,
though.
actually. Yeah.
It's not
Either way,
such a big
it's-
difference. It's just by feeling, I think
But
it's
then
huge.
Magnus would not be safe with a draw in this game, I guess,
Yeah.
today. So, yeah, Rapport. I mean, you could argue yesterday Armageddon he could have won. Magnus at Armageddon earlier in the
Yeah.
tournament he could have won.
Yeah. So I think he's just simply still in a good form.
Yeah.
Just
And also,
not
piece imbalances historically when he was younger, he was quite good at handling these kind of really imbalanced,
messy positions.
messy-
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. He had the good nerves, understanding, feeling for that.
Yeah,
Also.
sharp tactically. So
Yeah, and he's
d5.
just not backing off from these kind of positions. He says, okay, sharp into, so what?
Yeah. Bring
Show
it-
me what
bring
you
it on,
have.
Yeah. So knight d5.
So
Should we
another
check-
question is b5 or d, what we were discussing? Check the other game, right?
Other game than this?
Yeah. Or you want other
I don't know. I
other
mean, there's
thing
so
to
many
check.
lines we could analyze this.
So
for
what do you
hours.
want, g6 or?
G6, I'm slightly afraid of your earlier idea. So
E
for
takes
example,
d6, yeah?
Yeah.
But what else if not b5 and not d takes e5?
Should we check d takes e5 because we didn't
Okay.
see a clear way for white there yet?
Yeah.
And then we'll check out the other games.
Okay, so d takes e5. Maybe queen takes e5.
Queen takes. Okay, so stopping g6.
And after rook c4, rook d1.
Okay, but bishop takes d5,
Rook takes d5.
queen c8. There's still some ideas of e6 or f6 with black. And still white has to be
Yeah, I
slightly
mean,
careful of
maybe
the back
just
rank.
you have to be a little modest with black for a few moves, but after that you say, I have some material up.
Yep. Exchange and a pawn.
No, I mean, this is great chance for Rapport to win the
Yeah.
game, the way Alireza played.
Yeah, and
Especially that probably he only had partly his preparation. I mean, maybe it's due to his young age that he's just, it's an interesting idea, let's go for it.
yeah. I guess you did similar things
Of
when you were a
course.
young player. Yeah. Me
You did too, no?
Yeah, plenty of times.
I
until
mean,
it was
how
drummed
can
out
you
of me.
resist something? It's such a big temptation to give up the rook, and you have some compensation, and it's so interesting. Why to stop yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
After all.
Exactly. Might as well try it while you're young. When you're too old, like me now, it's not brave enough to sacrifice a rook.
Well, somehow you lose belief in those things, right?
Yeah.
You burn
Become cynical.
yourself, and you say, well, okay, it's interesting, but after all, maybe it's better to play on the solid way. And
There's
so
other
on.
approaches,
But I
yeah.
think it's very good when you're young and optimistic and you believe in these very special, unique, unexpected ideas. And you have to try it.
Yeah.
I mean, why not? Probably
exactly.
probably it should be balanced, as the computer we said that after queen d4 is 0, 0, 0. So objectively, it is not a mistake, right? Well, we'll see how it will work out for.
It's the courage in such a big
Yeah.
event, such a big
Yeah.
last round.
Yeah,
That's the thing
I
we're
mean,
most impressed
I
by.
mean, he can win a lot, right?
True. Okay, so meanwhile, the Fallujah against Rapport game, still super sharp. Maybe we can check out some of the others. We haven't been to Karyakin for a while. Should we just check in there?
Yeah, let's see that one because it's in the middle game by now.
So this one less relevant for the tournament standings, but still an interesting battle.
Yeah, let's see how the pieces are standing in this position. White wants to occupy the e5 square in some way or another. That's why he was even ready to go queen a1 to have this diagonal, right? And but he wants to bring his rook to c1.
Yeah. And also, yeah, knight d3.
Knight
sometimes
d3,
comes.
yeah, knight d3, somehow to control the e5 square.
Yeah.
Also, in time to time, I think bishop h3 can be an interesting move to give some unpleasant pressure on the diagonal.
Yeah, actually this really reminds me of a specific line in the Queen's Indian where white's bishop is forced to d2 very early on, and then actually the best maneuver is often bishop c1 and back to b2. And Sergei's got this type of setup with white, this very thematic setup, but with an extra tempo. And yeah, here, do you think it suits Tarry's style? He normally likes a bit more action than this. There's nothing direct for black to do, really. You could push some pawns with black, but you might weaken yourself.
Well, if you can push your pawns with black, then it's Tarry's style. But if it's possible to stop him doing so,
for example, g5. Or
yeah, but with the bishop on g2, I think g5 is not going to be so effective, is it?
no, and f6 just to control the white knights. Yeah, I mean it could definitely rebound. Those squares around the black king could become weak, but
Well, I think bishop h3 already now.
Yeah,
that
maybe.
can be.
before black plays queen e6 or
And I'm trying to get my bishop to f5.
yeah, so h5, bishop f5.
Yes, definitely. After this move, bishop f5 is the move.
No way to evict that bishop.
Though I don't know yet what is going to be my next move with white. I just like the bishop on f5 a lot.
Yeah, agreed. I think too hasty to push these pawns. The question is just what else for black? The knight in e4 looks pretty, but apart from that, does he want to play for a4 at some point, maybe? Maybe now? Will white just take that and cause black to
Yeah,
lose
I
a
also
bit of
think
time?
that he's going to take, but let's see what next.
Knight e5 would be quite a thematic way to try
Because
and
now the c7 is not protected suddenly. What about takes? Takes, can black go something like this?
c5 and
Or rook d1.
rook d1, getting very sharp, but black center maybe crumbling. Yeah, maybe a4 is a bit too soon.
Yeah, things can fall apart very easily for black.
Yeah, very tense, but who would you pick here if you had to pick a color?
I just don't see exactly how black is regrouping. So from white's point of view, I think it's easier to play.
Yeah.
Rook c1, my plan is knight e5, somehow simplify the d4 pawn exchange for the c7. There is going to be an isolated pawn on d5. So I used to play it with black, these kind of structures. Not very often, but still. So with white I never played it, but maybe now I would pick a little bit, prefer white.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I mostly have experience from the white side of these types of positions. So
So which one you take?
black, no, white, yeah, of course. I would choose white, but just in the knowledge that probably it's equal, but just easier to play, I think.
Yeah.
Well, the plan's easier to understand.
What about c5? No, c5 is not possible. G7.
G7 is
Actually,
fine,
maybe
yeah.
the prophylactic. That's the main idea
A1.
of queen a1, right? So c5 is not possible
I think it's
because
just
it just takes,
Yeah,
and the pawn is under attack.
yeah. Yeah, it's just a much kind of more harmonious square on a1. Rather than
Yeah.
putting the white queen on e2 where it might get hit by a bishop or on the e line. Just, yeah, queen a1, a nice maneuver from Karyakin, and he's very familiar with these ideas. I mentioned the Queen's Indian, and he's been playing
Yes.
that from the black side his whole life.
Yes.
So he'll be very familiar with this pawn structure. So, okay, which game to go to now?
We have a move actually to Rapport if you just jump back there. D takes e5 was played.
Okay.
So probably Rapport has
Some
this
ideas of-
idea that eventually to capture, simplify on c4 and grab the d5 knight.
So let's say knight
Knight
takes.
e5, so let's wait, what's the next move?
I was briefly wondering about f6 here.
I was just
You
thinking
were
about
thinking too?
that. I say, should I dare to say it? Is it not losing immediately?
Looks very shaky, but Can white play a
What
move
about
like...
knight g6?
Yeah, like knight g6.
I mean, this is the first thing we have to see, right?
Yeah, so
It's
hitting
kind of funny that if white knight reaches to a8, so those are the corner are the location for the knights in this game.
Yeah,
So
and
it takes,
this might lead to a
takes.
perpetual check. Right, white can
That
force a
would
draw.
be funny.
All that work for a draw. Queen f5 check and repeat. I don't know if white can play on here actually.
Not rook e1. I mean,
e1.
why to bother?
Queen e8, try and play for the win.
No, but after queen e8,
more
I
draw.
think I go queen f5, maybe d6,
Yeah, d6.
e5.
E5, but can you play rook takes e5? No, rook takes e5.
Rook takes e5, queen takes e5.
e5, yeah.
And this back rank is all the time.
Finally comes back to haunt white. Yeah.
Okay, and it's over. So perpetual check.
Most likely. I mean, you're a rook down, so. Okay, so how about if h takes g6?
Right
Our
now.
producer signaling to us on the screen that maybe an option here.
And after queen e6,
And rook c6, just to kick away the white queen.
rook c6.
This
That's
would make a lot of
logical.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now I guess f7 has been created for the
Oh,
black
yeah.
king. So
It
say
seems
queen-
like black is winning already here. No, king
queen
f7,
e4, king f7, yeah.
or queen e4, king f7.
Yeah, I mean, unless we're missing something here, it looks pretty good for black. Rook d1.
No, I think this is
still-
over.
You think it's over? Yeah.
I think it's over. I mean, rook d1, queen c8,
Yeah, no more.
right? It's such a stable king setup.
Yeah.
Well, f6.
Okay, f6. Wow. Will take some nerves, some calculation, but that line wasn't too difficult, I guess, after knight g6.
Yeah, no, this is something that the rapport would find
You
immediately.
think, yeah.
Takes and rook c6.
Yeah. So, what else could give black pause then after f6? What might make
Well,
him think,
actually, if white has to go back, probably he might just continue with king f7.
okay, king f7. Rook d1, I guess.
Rook d1.
Yeah, maybe knight d4. I'm not sure what the best way to attack that bishop is. Or rook e1, not sure. Just want to move back.
I don't want to, but I have to.
Yeah, taking on d5 is much less appealing there, right? Because white
Well,
will get
no,
a
we don't want to
huge
give
square.
up the white squares like that. No way.
Yeah.
This is not something black would be aiming for.
Bishop
So
d7.
after f6, knight f3.
Yeah, I like king f7 somehow. Just
Well, that's kind of the most
Tucking it away.
natural at first, right? Actually, after rook d1, probably bishop d5,
and a cd5.
queen d7,
Okay, just protect everything. Knight d4.
knight d4.
Yeah, now it's okay. White won't give checkmate, but it's positional compensation, right? Just put the
Yeah.
knight on e6 and just create a bind. Maybe some threats against the black king much later on. Maybe this is what Fruzia has to hope for. This type of scenario, but either way, yeah, the clock is a big factor. He's going to be material down now for sure. Rapport, do you reckon he's also considering rook takes c4?
I'm sure he's considering that as well. Because it is also something to consider seriously, right?
Yep.
So after takes with the queen, actually we looked queen d5, but I think bishop d5 should be taken consideration.
So you don't
Or
mind
no.
giving up the a6 pawn?
No, maybe
Yeah.
no, because we have to give up the a6 pawn. Okay, so this is not good. We took with the queen.
At least now queen a4 check, this queen b5.
Yes.
Yeah, and even if white somehow wins a pawn back after the queens disappear, black will have the two bishops. Yeah, playing for two results, I guess, this one, if the queens come off.
Yeah, I mean f6 can be, if black continues with f6 and king f7, then absolutely it can be
Sometimes continue with g5 first as well, and bishop g7.
true. So after queen c7, we thought f6.
It feels so close for white, but just not quite quick enough
But
to
this
bring in.
e6, You know in which kind of positions it reminds me? The 2c3 Sicilian.
Ah, okay.
In
yeah.
that there
My
are
favourite
positions
opening.
like that, no?
Yeah.
That you give up a pawn, you have compensation, black makes the best move, and then it's not enough.
Yeah, and then somehow it fizzles out to a draw.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, a very specific line of the C3 Sicilian looks exactly like this.
Very
right?
similar,
yeah,
no?
Yeah. The knight f6 lines. With, yeah. Okay, so rook c4 as well.
So f6 or rook c4? What do you think? What will be the move?
I guess f6 is more ambitious, right?
f6.
Just because you keep onto your material. The other
So
one
how
gives
do you
back
play
some.
after all?
Yeah. So king f7 we've looked at briefly.
Rook d1.
d1. There's no threat
But
for
what
white.
about rook e1?
Yeah, rook e1. Rook d1 there was no threat, right? Because yeah, you're eyeing up the black queen, but you're pinned. So
Yeah. After rook
E1.
e1, what? Queen bishop d7? Simply?
Mhm.
Which actually a possibility after rook d1 as well, by
True.
the way.
Although it feels slightly counterintuitive to walk into a pin somehow.
Yeah.
I don't see a way to take advantage, but maybe just bishop e3 or something here. Ah, but then bishop c6. No, bishop c6. You have to worry about knight e5 type of ideas sometimes.
Yeah, this looks something that
Yeah.
it's not exactly what we are looking for.
But maybe black can just
No,
after
but
rook
bishop,
d1,
after bishop c6, queen f5 looks
Queen F5
also
first,
pretty
yeah.
nasty.
creating those threats. Yeah. And now definitely not king g8 because of queen e6 mate.
Is there any other move, by the way, instead of f6 and rook c4, or only, or Rapport has to be choosing from these two?
I guess we're kind of just influenced by looking for forcing moves. When we,
I mean, let's say
we're
what
attracted to
happens if
those two.
g6.
Okay. Let's say now rook d1.
Rook d1.
Maybe threatening knight f6 check. Not sure yet. But could just play bishop g7, I guess. And if knight f6, you probably take with the pawn.
Yeah.
Rook d8, and who's better?
Not white.
Not white.
Not white, I believe.
Yeah.
With
So
the two bishop, black goes f5 and stuff.
yeah, rook d1 will.
It's okay. What do you think
Pins
about
them.
g6?
Yeah, g6. Bishop g. No, not bishop g5.
If rook's d1 and here bishop g5?
Yeah. Does black take on d5 now? But then it's a bit scary. Queen c7, rook d7.
Yeah, that we don't want with black.
Definitely not.
But maybe black,
Queen b6.
Queen b6.
Knight.
Knight f7.
Somewhere. Is there a finish after knight f7, king f7?
Well, takes rook
Rook
d7.
d7.
I'm not sure we want to check this for too
Yeah.
long.
Yeah. Okay. True.
It's not
So,
the
how about?
nice stuff.
Yeah.
Though after knight f7 you can castle maybe.
Oh yeah. How about knight g6 as well, maybe?
Knight g6, queen e6.
Ah, okay. The tricks continue.
Oh, absolutely. I think in these kind of positions there are only tricks.
Purely tricks. Yeah. And queen takes e6, fe6 hits the white rook. So. Wow. Okay. G6. Maybe
Well,
possible.
I'm not crazy about g6 though.
It does feel like it's inviting some.
Yeah, it's
Knight f7
like
or
you
something
think
at
you
some
can do
point.
anything, right?
Also, how about rook e1? No. I just want to get some knight takes f7 tricks on the board.
Yeah,
e1,
I
but-
understand. But maybe bishop d5, no?
Mhm,
Starting
maybe
with
now,
bishop d5.
yeah.
C takes d, bishop g7, queen check.
Yeah, it's still not over.
But even king f8, I'm not sure it's such a big deal for white.
Mhm.
Goes out,
Yes, run.
h6 or h5 and king h7 in the next moves.
Okay. b5 a threat as well,
Yeah,
forcing white to retreat.
absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so I think
Okay.
there are many options for Rapport.
Yeah. at least 3
And
candidate moves.
it seems like all 3 moves which we look, they are quite okay for black, right?
Yeah.
Or we can
To say the
even
least,
say, yeah, that he's playing for a win in all parts. So there is a big chance for Rapport, actually.
Yeah, and Magnus, he'll be having one eye on that game, because if Rapport wins, then Magnus will have to at least win the Armageddon in order to tie up the scores.
Yeah.
So, wow, okay, Rapport, he led most of the tournament. Even with Magnus's 4-game winning streak, it's not over, right?
Yeah. So let's see what happened, because we haven't visited this for quite some time. Not much happened, though. So after h4, this is where we stopped, I think, and black played king h7.
Similar to Sergei's
Yesterday, yeah, you
king
also.
h7 move.
Yeah, which is.
You didn't like it yesterday. Do you like this one more?
I don't know.
h7.
I don't know what to say on this king h7, but on other hand, it's understandable that he has to do something, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't look something that it worsens black's position at all. Once, let's say, the queen if it goes to g6, it kind of looks okay.
Yeah.
Rook e2. What's the idea behind this move?
Maybe he doesn't want bishop takes c3 to come with tempo in some
Yeah,
lines.
this is what I also think.
Over defending f2, I don't. Maybe just a waiting move, just a pass.
Yeah, queen f5,
Okay, so hinting
queen
at
c1.
hinting at queen b1 checks. So queen c1 stops queen b1, but
And obviously he wants to go rook e5. So black went rook d5, and it's white to move. So white controls the e file, right, which is very useful and very nice. But what can he do with it?
yeah, it's not clear. I mean, rook e7 would be the first question, I guess.
That's definitely the first question, but now black can go maybe bishop d8.
Okay.
This wants to be the idea, if takes and takes an important h4 pawn, right? And queen on f5 actually stands pretty well. It blocks the bishop from going to f8, and also it blocks this diagonal, so white is not giving all kind of unpleasant checks.
Hitting f2 as well, yeah. The queen.
Yeah, now hitting on f2, and also the rook on the 5th rank, it can be useful on g5 or h5. So this probably could be simply dangerous.
Yeah, I was also going to ask about rook b5 being an idea for black after, say, rook e7, but bishop d8 looks nice.
Yeah, so for the moment it seems that white cannot go immediately rook e7.
But this idea of rook b5, though, it's annoying.
Ah, and rook b5. This is what you want.
This might be another idea. I mean, I was trying to figure out earlier why Magnus was delaying playing b5 himself. Maybe this is one avenue he wants to use for the rook.
Very interesting. So, okay.
Already hard for white to come up with a move other than rook e7.
Well,
The white queen looks just terrible.
what about playing f3? Is it very awful?
Okay.
My plan is to go rook e4,
Okay,
somehow to block the queen.
that's a good square. Now can black reroute the
Ah,
bishops?
queen d3? No.
Queen d3, rook e3, I guess.
Yes. So what do you do?
Bishop c7 just
Bishop
to
c7.
put it on g3 if possible somehow.
Bishop c7, queen e1. I'm not crazy about f3, I have to
sure.
admit, but I like that I have my rook, so the battery is switched.
Queen f4.
Ooh.
I'm giving you b1, but I don't think that's...
No, this looks bad, no? I'm sorry, this was a misunderstanding.
Yeah, it's not easy for Nepomniachtchi suddenly. Magnus has been spending a lot of time, but it looks like a decent investment.
Well, I was thinking, what do you think about playing bishop c5?
Yeah, just trying to
Blocking the rook.
persuade me to play b6. To
Yeah, and if you play b6, then already I come
Drop
back, let's say.
okay. Now maybe let's try this idea of rook b5 to see whether it's
After rook b5, I just
Effective.
want to go back.
okay.
I have to defend myself
Queen
somehow,
d3.
right? Queen d3, bishop b2, rook b2.
Suddenly it feels like black's. I mean, even if white can rebuff this kind of initiative, suddenly Feels like black is the one who's got more ideas, more active ideas.
No, now it's kind of dangerous for white if he is not paying attention. Queen d3, right? Rook b5. Both can be very unpleasant
And like you
in
said,
the
bishop,
right moment.
yeah, bishop d8 sometimes, bishop d7 sometimes.
No, rook d5 is a very powerful, multifunctional move.
Yeah.
I think black improved his position quite significantly, having his queen on f5. Very great domination with the queen.
Yeah.
So actually all the pieces on the 5th rank, they are performing very well. Being ready to go bishop c7 with the bishop and d8. With the rook he can go to b5, sometimes to g5, h5. And the queen also looks to g4, d3, b1.
Judit, he's played the move that you suggested, and then
Is it good for him?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, f3. Okay.
I don't know, but it looks like rook e4 kind of stops many of the problems, but it gives extra strange, weak square for the black bishop.
Yeah, so we were
So
slightly
you played,
concerned
what
about
did you
bishop
go?
c7.
You played bishop c7,
Maybe just rook e4 anyway,
rook e4, bishop g3,
just to play rook g4 and kick it
rook
out.
b5.
Ah, okay. Ugh, bishop b2.
Well, well, well.
For now, even just bishop d6 and
I mean, this is exactly what you don't want with white, right?
yeah, I mean, tied down, threats against the king suddenly. I thought the whole point of this opening variation is that white's king is always slightly safer than black's, but
And you
Here
never
it's
want
not the
to have
case.
your bishop on b2.
of course.
I mean, black is just, I think, goes back to d6. I mean, black should be not worse for sure.
Yeah, so,
So
f3.
f3, bishop c7. What about the queen e1? What did you play?
Ah, okay. Queen e1, queen f4.
Yeah, this is where we stopped.
Unless there's queen b1 check.
Okay, let's say king g8.
Queen g6.
No, rook e8 now and check.
Ah, yeah, rook f8.
Ah,
Yes.
okay, so queen f4 you don't have,
Yeah,
because after rook f5, g4.
g4, yeah. And
Okay,
not enough checks.
so this is something extremely important. It's by one tempi, right?
Yeah.
Because if next move rook e4, then white stabilizes, controls the squares, important square, also this one, and has the active bishop on a3 still.
Okay, so maybe bishop c7. If it can't sneak into g3, maybe we don't rush with it.
So what do you do?
Good question.
If rook b5, rook e4,
Yeah,
then
queen d3, rook e3. So white is
yeah.
using his rook to shut the door.
No, I think actually there was no other move than f3. That's the feeling I have. Otherwise, white is
Otherwise-
almost worse.
Yeah, yeah. If black wants to just play safe, would bishop b6 and c5 be an idea?
It seems to me a little bit slow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reluctant to suggest it, but just a safety first approach.
But it has a lot of sense.
I mean, you could also argue for starting with b5, but if Magnus has delayed b5 already, then he probably doesn't want to rush with that move. So, for example, rook e4.
What about rook e4, c5?
And if everything comes off on c5, probably just level.
Well, yeah, it's no big deal, right? Why should be black worse
Yeah.
at all?
Slightly weaker king, but no way to get at it for white.
I'm not even sure that the black king is so much weaker than the white.
As
I
long
mean,
as
after
black's queen
f3
stays on
and
this diagonal.
h4, the white king cannot represent safety.
Yeah, no,
No?
fair enough.
Bishop b6.
Yeah,
If queen e3,
okay. c5,
also c5.
d takes c5, rook takes c5.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, and
C5.
some threats along the diagonal against White's king. Now you're definitely right, f3 has weakened the White king.
No, I mean f3. Of course, it has its ideas, but it has its drawbacks too.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely, it's tricky. I mean, it's very sharp. So we can't say that Nepo is just playing a little better and he can go back and forth.
Yeah, none
It's
of
not
that.
the kind of position that you just simply go back and forth and just one-sided.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that bishop takes c4 move, objective strength or not. I mean, he hasn't found a way to back it up, giving up his bishop pair. I think if you asked Nepo right now, he would love to go back to that moment where he had the two bishops and just to sit a bit longer.
I would also think so.
Yeah. Okay, so still no moves in the Rapport game. Still spending his huge time advantage there. Magnus. I just wonder how much his decisions will be influenced by that game if he sees Rapport
f6.
over the next few moves. Okay,
F6.
he just played f6.
f6 is played.
Okay, so one of the three candidates that we were considering.
Yeah.
And okay, so still a huge time advantage, extra 35 minutes on the clock for Rapport. So we were thinking about White's knight moving back.
Yeah, because
Moving
knight
to
g6
g6.
was not good, right? Because
Oh,
the
it looks-
simple takes, and rook c6, and then black is just clearly having an advantage. And so the main question is where the knight moves back, to d3 or to f3. Of course, f3 is the more logical move,
And he's played it, actually.
and
just
he
as well.
played it, yeah. So
Just
now
as you
the
mentioned.
question is he going to take on d5 or play king f7? Is there any other move to consider? What
Bishop
about
f7
bishop
or
d7 or
bishop
bishop f7?
Quite like bishop f7 somehow. Just
And after rook d1, what do you do?
yeah, this is the issue. It's a nice square for the bishop, but there's
Queen
big
a5,
threats.
b4.
And then you know what I want to suggest
I
there,
think
Judit.
b4.
B4, queen a4.
You're still kicking.
Still, well, I'm not sure I want to be kicking in this position exactly, but at least asking a question of White's rook.
No, I mean, it is possible that easily, no?
Yeah, but there's still knight c7
Okay.
and knight d6 in the air.
Queen goes back to e2.
Okay. Yeah, and eventually it feels like black will have to capture on d5. At least I can do my favorite thing
And
and pawn
after
grab.
takes? Yeah, I shouldn't ask you. You just take that.
I mean, at this point I feel honor bound.
Yeah,
I mean, also
we are
this-
getting to know each other
Yeah.
this way. Okay, when it's
It's taken
pawn
a while,
there,
but-
it's just, I'm
Maybe-
not going to ask you anymore.
Deal. Actually,
Okay.
maybe black should be playing queen
And
c2
bishop
instead of
d5
grabbing.
is on the board.
Okay.
He just swapped the knight. C takes d5. Things are speeding up. So now the big question is, what black wants to do? How is he going to be handling the e6 weakness, and the white can maybe reach out with his knight to e6? Then it seems like he has enough compensation. So how is he going to handle it? Is it queen d7 or something?
In order to meet knight d4 with... Yeah, knight
With
e6
what,
is-
yeah?
Yeah, this is the issue. You've got... Because, for example, rook d8, knight e6, there's always
Or
knight
rook
c7
c5
check.
also,
Yeah,
knight e6.
There's always knight c7 check, forks in the air. Okay, so black's got two moves essentially before white's knight gets to e6. How do we spend those two tempi? He must
Well,
have an idea if he's
Let's
taken
see.
immediately.
Let's say I just go queen d7 to block this thing, and I go g6.
Okay,
You go, let's say, knight e6, king f7. Okay, you have a beautiful knight,
yeah.
but still there is a material disadvantage for white.
Rook e1.
Okay, fine. I go b5,
Okay, h4.
h4.
Just
How
ignore
about
your
I-
rook c4 move.
Well,
Maybe I
okay.
can play b3, but okay, queen f3. So maybe you can play bishop
Well,
g7.
white has
and-
compensation, yeah?
It's long-term compensation.
Yeah, bishop g7, h5,
Yeah.
rook c8. I mean, I don't think black is in danger, but it's a big question if he can win. So going back, is there any option to block and stop the knight d4, knight e6 plan?
So,
What about playing rook c5 now?
okay, rook c5. Ah, okay, so now knight d4, not at
Knight
all.
d4, queen d5,
Yep.
right? So this is not possible.
So rook d1, I guess. d6 feels too soon. Oh, there's a fly in the studio.
Yeah.
So,
Rook d1,
rook d1, yep.
e5.
I was trying to get this in another variation, but I couldn't make it work. Now you've got it in. Okay.
Because of
yeah.
the pin.
Because of the pin, yeah. Okay, and there's no way for white to sacrifice here. I guess it feels too ambitious. Bishop e3 just looks...
You can't sacrifice and you cannot take
Yeah.
anything. What an awful situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I go back, and if I can go bishop e7 or bishop d6, then probably I
that's
might
over.
have a huge advantage. You can still go knight d4, and then probably I would be going something like queen d7,
Yeah,
with the idea just to develop
play
with the
around the
bishop.
knight. Yeah, queen g4.
I mean,
just
black should be
g6.
okay, right? Here, g6, after that king f7, bringing the rook, and the e6 knight will be not enough.
No. Yeah, if black gets e5, it feels like he should consolidate. So rook c5? That
What
could be
about
a key move.
d6?
Yeah.
e5 anyway, I think.
Okay, and if white, for example, say we grab on b7 first.
Oh, that's possible.
So e takes f4, I want to play rook e1 check.
Well,
Bishop takes,
that we will not allow.
no, for sure. Bishop takes d6, I think I can
Queen
take on g7.
g7.
Yep.
This is also not something I want to have. What about queen takes d6?
Yeah,
And also there is another move, queen d7.
queen d7 as well, yes. This one's especially annoying maybe because the bishop is hanging and definitely white can't afford to lose too much time or trade the queens off, so yeah, d6, e5 looks very strong, unless, how about bishop takes e5 in this position?
Here?
After e5,
Yeah, bishop e5, after that
knight
takes.
takes,
Knight takes, and I wanted to go...
queen takes d6. No.
Queen f6, queen d6, you go here.
Okay.
So eventually
knight
the
in the
knight,
corner.
knight in the
It
corner.
was always destined to happen. Bishop e7, knight takes
Yeah,
h8,
bishop e7, knight h8.
and say white, black plays g6. It's going to be hard to trap that knight though.
Yeah, this is very funny.
White's queen
Okay,
is
so
going to
knight
be strong.
e5.
Yeah, because queen f6 is knight g4 check. Bishop takes d6, there's knight c6 check. All the discovered
Bishop
attacks.
e7 is not good, is it?
Bishop e7. I don't see the mate though. d7 check, king f8 survives.
Yeah, this,
Maybe.
and after queen f5, bishop f6,
Six,
knight
knight
g6, takes.
Even this position is hard to evaluate, to be honest. But
I think black is
You think
fine,
black
but
should be fine,
white
yeah.
has compensation, even if you just go rook d1.
yeah, rook d1, king h7, rook d3 sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, so rook c5 is a move, queen d7 is a move.
So rook c5 needs a lot of calculation, that's the thing, after d6.
By the way, after rook c5, d6, what about simply king f7?
Okay, and queen takes b7.
Rook c5 is on the board.
It's on the board, okay. Sharpening things up, rapport. And what do you think? d6, because rook
What do you
d1.
think? Probably the computer says 001.
Do you want me to check?
No,
No.
no, it would just destroy our
We
move.
don't need to know. Yeah. I mean, in the players' minds, they probably know it should
They
be
don't
equal
know
some-
it also either.
You hear them in interviews, though, the players nowadays, they're saying, oh, it's probably 0.0, but...
Yeah.
And then they reel off these long variations.
Yes.
And, yeah, so, I mean, those are the two candidate moves, right? Rook d1 and d6.
Yeah, because knight d4 is not possible, and actually rook c5, this is why it's so essential, and this is why this is the critical move.
Yeah.
So this is the first move you should check, right, if you're playing with black, how to stop the knight from reaching to e6, because after that, then probably white has compensation. The only question is whether it's enough
Yeah.
or not too much. But if it cannot reach to e6, then black can keep the exchange up, and he should be much better.
Yeah, and reports he's not that materialistic. I think if his opponent has nice positional compensation, he wouldn't be 100% happy. So I guess it's not too surprising he wants to force the issue with rook c5. Okay.
Okay, what do you think? Let's go to...
Yep.
Sorry,
No,
I
no.
just want to change for a second
Yes.
for Nepo's game, because your idea with bishop b6, but somehow he had time to play b5 as well.
Okay.
Because he didn't bother with this rook e4, he went b5, which is also tempting to play.
True.
Especially that after rook b5, anyway rook e4, and there would be nothing. So, but how nicely he does, no? He
Yeah.
didn't play b5, he played rook d5, and once Nepo played f3, weakening his king's side, then already he goes b5, because
Switches
rook b5 is not important anymore, rook e4, and now he goes bishop b6. All these nuances.
Yeah.
What,
That's what makes him so good. All
yeah.
these top players. So bishop b6, it's not just c5 as well, maybe also a5.
a5 and b4, yeah, a5 and b4.
Yeah, so not even a one-dimensional plan.
Okay, so what can white do about it?
Queen e3, maybe still c5, right?
Yeah, but I have the feeling that it's going to be a draw this game, because with
Okay.
c5 and simplifying.
But rook takes c5.
Rook c5, I know that you want to go rook c5 again and again. So what about takes, and rook d4?
Yeah. But is this queen endgame so simple for white?
No, I don't know,
Black's
anything
queenside pawn
can
majority.
happen.
Okay, so I can even start with b4.
I think it's
potentially
very
here for
hard
black.
to win for black, because the king.
Yeah. Yeah, still takes a while to get the c pawn running. Yeah. It's possible.
Yeah,
Magnus has won more difficult endgames than this.
okay, but I didn't ask if he's going to win.
No,
I asked
okay.
if it's winning.
Sure, okay.
The two is not the same.
I'm getting carried away. Yeah, queen c2.
No, I mean, he
Yes.
had a nice queen endgame against Tari,
Against
right?
Tari,
Where
yeah.
he simplified to winning rook,
He
queen endgame.
calculated quite well, some
Yeah.
pawn risks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe if white doesn't allow
But is it actually bad for white?
queen endgames, I've learnt to give up and trying to evaluate sometimes. There's so many checks. How would it not be bad for white? I guess you want to go king towards the pawn or away,
Yeah.
away from the pawn?
I
C3?
know it's strange. c3 and come with the king. So I want to simplify with queen,
Queen
e4.
e4. That's a threat right now. Queen, yeah. Queen b1.
Queen b1, king e2,
Maybe,
or queen b1, sorry.
yeah, just to take the a2 pawn maybe on the journey.
Okay, here.
Ah, but then you go to e3. Yeah. Unless, yeah, no, I was going to say unless we can block some checks with king h8 with queen g8 later, but the white king's so near now that
yes.
No
But
way.
let's see, bishop b6, and now Nepo is on move.
so queen e3 one move, queen e1 or something similar. The white king could move.
Well, of course, white can go queen e1 or something. And after c5, he simplifies, right?
Just take everything off. Yeah. And as you mentioned, a draw is quite a likely result here.
Yeah, something like this. a5.
a5. Yeah. I would slightly rather be black, to be honest, just because the plan is clearer
Yeah,
with the queenside pawn push, but
I completely
it's not
understand your positive feelings towards Black's position.
Yeah. I mean, I know it should be a draw here, but ease of plan is quite nice to have in this type of scenario. So
No, Black has a great game here. No?
yeah, he's
I mean,
solved
all
all
the
his
pieces,
problems.
yeah, all his pieces are optimally placed.
Yeah, true. And a5 or c5 is automatic on the next turn.
Yeah, that
So-
if Black is reaching out to a5, b4, then
Then, yeah, Magnus will be happy. So
But maybe he also says that, okay, Rapport may win his game. So he says, I want to win my classical.
yeah, exactly. 5 in a row though, that would be
I want to press Napo with Black as well.
gain even more rating points.
Though he has such a huge lead in rating points, I don't think he needs a bigger distance from number 2, right?
Trust me, he
What,
wants.
he's 50?
It's around 50 at this point, I think. I can check.
It's still a prestige for him to
Yeah.
to gain even more rating points to have bigger distance from number 2.
For sure. Actually, I remember just a while back, Magnus, he was watching Fabiano's games. Fabiano's playing a classical tournament, the Grand Chess Tour, and Fabiano dipped below 2800. And that evening, Magnus Carlsen, I think he made a tweet, and he was very happy about the only 2800, being the only 2800 player. So it's definitely still on his mind. I
He's
think
very
he just loves his
happy, no?
patterns,
Yeah.
he loves his numbers, he loves his.
Okay. But I think he loves his position too now. Looking at him.
Yeah. I mean, this is the most he could have hoped for after that opening. Black. And yeah, right now the difference is 55 points, more than 55 points ahead of Caruana
On the live rating.
on the live rating list. Yeah. And we should also,
Rapport is number 8.
yes, and Ferrugia for the first time has crept into the top 10. So if he doesn't lose
But-
today, Ferrugia,
But maybe not for long.
maybe not for long, yeah. So if Ferrugia doesn't lose today, he'll be top 10 in the world. And
Well, even if he would be out, I mean,
Yeah,
it is
it's-
very clear that he belongs there.
yeah, it's a matter of time.
So even if he's out, he will be there for a long time probably once
Yeah.
he stably gets to top 10.
No, it's clear with his sacrifice today, this opening, that he doesn't care about the ratings. He just wants to.
But
play
I
and
think
try and win
that's
tournament
the
if
way
he
to do it. In his case, he's so young and talented and passionate and has everything.
can. Okay, we see.
Bishop e7.
Yeah, just that flamboyant
Well,
hand
I
gesture.
think, I think by now he's asking for Black to play c5, simplify, and draw. But what about rook e5?
A nice way to get the rooks off the board. Can White ignore that?
Bishop queen e3 or something?
But even this type of endgame is,
Okay.
even if Black takes on e4, it's still not.
Yeah, but after
I think
takes, the
so.
pawn takes, I think.
Okay, you want to keep the queens on, yeah.
Yeah, but no, that was only rook e5 for fun. But what is
quite a fun
bishop e7, right?
Yeah, so
If
a5. is-
a5, he wants to go a3, you think?
Wow, okay, possibly, yeah. It is slightly scary to allow b4.
Or does he want to go queen e3?
Yeah, so b4, you just take it.
Yeah, b4 probably he just wants to grab.
Yeah, and there's no tactics here against d4. Not that I see, at least. Okay, so after queen e3, maybe back to the c5 plan.
What is the real problem? Sorry, c5 simply. Yeah, but after c5, I think it's just drawish. That's it.
But as you mentioned, Magnus, he will be keeping one eye on the other game. There's no rush with c5, right? So
I just simply think that he doesn't want to simplify because he thinks it's me who is playing.
Yeah. a5. I think he'll
He
play
played.
a5.
I also believe that he's going to play
We
a5.
can see on the camera there, actually, Magnus, he's looking up at the big screen. He's
You
just,
see?
he's not even,
See, he's one eye on that game.
he knows he can simplify with c5 at any moment. He knows
Yeah,
he
but
can-
at the same time, it's also difficult to play the way that you can get into. For example, after a5, maybe White goes queen e1, and after c5 now, rook e6,
Okay,
attacking the bishop on b6.
yeah. I'm so tempted to suggest c takes d4 and some kind of pawn rush, but I don't.
It's not your bishop, yeah? It's
not
not
my
your
bishop.
bishop. You're ready to give up.
I don't know whether I'd play d3 or d takes c3, but actually rook e5 last move as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And this looks like trouble.
Ah, okay, so rook e6 is also not possible.
And if you can get a5 on the board for free, then before deciding about c5, then it makes some sense.
And what about rook e5?
Yeah. e5, black will take, I guess. It's a lot of queenside pawns. I guess you have to keep the queens on now with white.
Yeah, I was planning to keep the queens.
b4. B pawn versus e pawn, which is quicker. b3. It looks like black is quite quick.
No, the queen on f5 is so awful from white perspective, I think. It's just such an idle placed queen.
Yeah. I mean, it's such kind of deep foresight to have put it there, what was it, 10 moves ago, and controls everything. Okay, so maybe Nepomniachtchi's idea is to play a3. I think maybe you've stumbled on it, a5, a3. That would make the most sense of this bishop e7 move, I guess. If he wants to play queen e1, he might have started with it on the last go. So
That's true.
bishop on e7 is a bit short of squares, but I guess you can never really use any tactics against it.
Okay, but black can play c5. That's clear. He's not going to be suffering from any problems.
I was thinking about bishop c7 again, but always queen e1 covers a lot of squares, and yeah, bishop c7 maybe loses all the ideas of c5.
Yeah, that's a commitment, right? That he goes away, and then it's not nice to go back.
Yeah, I was just wondering, yeah. Queen d7 to try and get c5, but the queen's so nice on f5, it's best not to move her. Okay, big decision for Magnus, to simplify with c5 or to wait and keep the tension. Either way, we've had a move in the Firouzja game. Firouzja has
d6.
pushed his d-pawn, yeah, d6. This is where we mentioned this, I mean, e5 is the critical try, I guess, but if white can take it, bishop takes e5. I don't think we found a refutation. If white can take now, then
Takes,
pretty scary.
takes. What did we do here?
Yeah, so earlier we looked at, for example,
Bishop e7 we were thinking,
Yeah,
but
bishop
maybe
e7.
we didn't go all the way. Maybe
Okay.
after bishop e7.
you want to rook d1, but then black can castle, I guess.
Yeah, then castle.
So black is kind of threatening castles right
Rapport
now.
is also watching the game.
They need to focus. They need to
Quite nerve-wracking stuff.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Oh, we've had a result. Meanwhile.
Yeah.
Wow. So Nepomniachtchi just offering a draw on move 33 to Magnus, and that's why Magnus was looking at the screen. That's why he was thinking. It looks like we have seen the fist bump, the peace agreement, and Magnus thinks there's not too much to analyze in that one. Yeah. So, okay, a draw, a fair result, but now big pressure on Magnus to win the Armageddon.
Well, there was little chance that it's going to be a decisive game, right? The classical.
Yeah. Nepomniachtchi, it went slightly wrong for him maybe towards the end, but still solid enough.
Yeah, probably that's what he was considering, that he's not taking too much of a risk. Well, maybe that's why he just took on c4, yeah. That he plays a little. And
Yeah.
if Magnus by any chance gives some opportunity, yes, but he also knew that it's going to be a draw. Because if whatever the game will be in the Armageddon, they will say, okay, this was just Armageddon.
Yeah,
this is not
true.
important.
Yeah.
So
They both save a bit of pride, right?
yeah, it's just they don't want anybody to speculate if there would be a decisive game in the classical.
Yeah.
So we get to know when they are going to be playing, but I I think they're going to be at 8 o'clock, the playoff.
Yeah.
But let's see what we're going to have information.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
we'll update everyone on the Armageddon, but roughly in 20 minutes' time. So definitely don't go anywhere. It's going to be
No,
fast and furious.
blood and fire.
But yeah, for Rapport this and for Furuzia, they know this is important. Actually, that means that Furuzia has no more chance of winning the tournament,
Yeah, so
depending
But-
on Magnus losing.
he will still fight
Yeah.
for his 4th win in a row. That's what he's aiming for. But it doesn't look like he's going to win the game, but it's very interesting. And it's not clear how Rapport can take advantage. We were looking e5 until now.
Yeah.
Is there any other move for black? For example, king f7.
Okay, so King F7,
But then I think queen b7 is the problem for white, for black.
and now you've got a pawn as well as the activity for the exchange.
Okay, so king f7 is not possible. What about queen d7?
Yeah, just defend B7, right?
Yeah. And defend also the e6. I'm always worried about this square.
Yeah, knight d4, knight e6 maybe was a threat, so
Yes, and after knight d4 now, still black just plays e5
Yeah.
and life is beautiful.
no more sacrifices on e5.
Okay, so queen d7 makes sense at first.
I never know whether white wants to kick away this rook from c5 with some b4 at some point, maybe keep it in the pocket for later.
Well, after b4, also black can play queen c6.
Okay.
So this is something for white to take in account. But if, let's say, I don't play that, what if...
Just rook somewhere, c8
Rook
maybe.
c8, let's say, yeah.
Just to keep it safe. I was just hoping that once the rook's on c5, it's more likely that we'll be able to sacrifice on e5 if black ever plays e5 himself.
No, and
So rook
let's say you
e1.
go rook e1,
Yeah.
I go king f7.
Okay.
Because in any kind of check, I just play at e6
E6.
and very happy. Okay?
Yeah, so king f7 must be the plan after queen d7 next move. Yeah, suddenly, I guess black's next move is e5 or e6, most likely e6. And just to ignore the white d pawn. Okay.
Sorry? King f7, what do
Yeah,
you do?
I was saying just black, if he gets another move, he'll play e6.
Oh
most
yeah,
likely,
yeah. And also e5 sometimes, but
Sometimes,
for
yeah.
now e6. Actually, I'm happy with king f7.
Yeah. And I guess that's the same without b4 and rook c8 inserted. Just rook e1, probably black just plays king f7 again.
Well, with the rook on c5, I think also e5 is kind of an option, but let's say just king f7.
e5, maybe then you have to worry about b4 and then some sacrifice.
And then sacrifice, yeah.
So king f7
True,
feels much
true.
safer. Yeah, this white knight dominated by the f6 pawn can't quite sneak into the position, into the black position. Suddenly the stakes are very high for white because 1-2 moves and black
If
is
let's
just
say bishop e3, simply rook c6, right?
yes, I think so. Also rook c8 or yeah, rook c6
Yeah.
probably just do d6
So
square.
after d6, queen d7.
Yeah, this looks by far the most convincing from what we've seen so far.
Yes, because after d6, the e6 square is not so powerful.
Yeah.
It's not a real outpost anymore for the knight
White
without
needs-
having the pawn support.
Yeah, it's not long term anymore. White needs something now, right?
But I think that Rapport feels it. He sees it that it was a draw.
Yeah.
He knows it exactly. If he wins,
This is his
it's
moment.
a playoff.
Yeah. Yeah,
If-
minimum.
If
Yeah.
Magnus wins his game, right?
Exactly.
But actually, if he wins this game and Magnus is losing,
And champion.
he wins the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So Rapport's, yeah. Suddenly full of energy, maybe. The adrenaline will be pumping. And he knows he needs accuracy. But, okay. Queen d7 looking like...
well,
the
we'll
best
see how much compensation white really has. Because still, it's, I mean, black's development completely is still far away.
Mm-hmm. So how about, yeah, Queen d7. I'm struggling to come up with ideas for white, to be honest. Rook e1 or rook d1 looks...
Well, maybe somehow, if, let's say, whatever way, okay, rook d1,
Yeah, king
black
f7.
goes king f7, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay, he's played
Okay.
queen d7, so this could happen.
for example, queen b4 now.
Yep. To try and sneak around to b3.
Yes,
Yeah.
because my problem is that the rook is hanging, so there is no way that white can capture or
Yeah.
e7 or something. So that's why I'm playing queen b4. But let's say
b5, there's queen c4.
then queen c4, e6. And now there is a very powerful d6 pawn.
Yeah.
So
White can just kind of play h4, for example, and just ask black, you know, how are you developing? Maybe you need 3 moves, so
G6.
g6, bishop g7.
bishop g7.
Yeah. Can White create threats in time? That's the question. Yeah, maybe it's still okay for black. I want to somehow get the white rook into the c file, but not
Yes,
sure how.
yeah. If white could get rook c1 and rook c7, then that's not a very funny story. b4.
Okay, so he does want to kick back.
You played b4. He went
Yeah.
for it.
But my idea of b4 was based on just very general grounds. I'm sure he has more specific
So it's
ideas.
either rook c6 or rook c8, right?
Yeah, but rook c6 looks like it invites knight d4 at some point.
Yeah.
So rook c8, let's say. Maybe we need, yeah, I don't know. If we need a rook on c6, we can come back to that, but rook c8 looks the safest. And now what?
Okay, so let's say now rook d1,
Okay, but now king f7.
king f7.
You just want to give a check and make sure the d6 pawn is strong. So queen d5, e6, but that's slow for white. Looks pretty good for black to me. e6 coming. I mean, white has compensation for sure, but still not clear if it's enough. Okay, say white plays h4, what's black's next move?
h4?
For example, I mean, just
You don't even care if I take on d6.
here I thought maybe I could give a check on d5. Maybe this will be annoying for you.
So after this check, and the problem is after this check and rook e1,
Yeah.
if bishop e7.
Yeah. And rook b8.
Yeah, it's
Queen
chasing
A7
the
and-
queen, right? It's kind of a drawish kind of story. If white cannot come back to d4, but this is not what
Black
he
definitely doesn't
wants.
want this.
So
If you can't take d6 in this type of position.
okay, so after
E6 still.
h4, okay, let's say e6.
Okay, now I want to play like alpha 0 and play h5.
Of course.
Just if you
Of
play
course.
g6, I'll play h6 and stop you developing your f8 bishop. And I'm hoping that if you ever play e5 or g5, I'll always be able to sacrifice
Sacrifice something.
on those squares. Maybe black
Okay.
plays b5, rook c4. I mean, it's a nice setup for white, but I don't know how long he can maintain it.
Incredible position.
Yeah. Probably
Can you
alpha
go
0
with
would love
bishop
it. but
g5?
Bishop g5. Rook c4, I guess.
Queen goes away.
Can I take on
Bishop d6.
d6? Is there going to
Bishop
be...
f6.
Yeah. And the key is... Yeah, okay, this one as well just wins on the spot.
Okay, so let's see, b4, b4. So where to go with the rook? I'm not sure actually it's bad for black if he
he goes
provokes
c6.
knight d4, you know?
Because you pin, right?
Because, no,
okay.
even if I just go back, e5 maybe is a threat,
Okay, but
but
can
maybe
white
not. Maybe not because you're just going to trap it.
White can play rook e1, and
You're gonna trap.
now
on
king
e5.
f7 is never working because of queen d5 check.
Yeah. No, probably rook c8. What else? Rook c3. Does it make any sense to be more active?
Feels like it might be loose there somehow, though. Okay, say rook. I never know d1 or e1. Say e1. Oh, but the other lines we wanted. The rook on d1, right? So, okay, rook d1 maybe, sorry.
Rook d1, you prefer?
I'm not sure why I prefer, but it's a lucky dip. It's a
Okay,
50-50.
e6.
Okay, so say I do the same thing, h4.
Yeah, it's unpleasant, this h4, h5.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some ideas for white if you can maintain this d6 pawn. Again, earlier I said he needs something immediately, but maybe he is aiming for this type of long-term bind.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it's not a
was his only
question
way,
anymore
yeah.
that he's aiming for something wrong, but this h4, h5 is
Yeah.
looks very promising.
Maybe
not
this
to,
is the real reason he's kicking the rook off the 5th rank as well, so he can play h5 later.
well, maybe even after the rook goes back, maybe he just wants to go immediately.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we don't need to rush.
Because
With the white
if rook d1, then what about g5?
Yeah, yeah.
Or then you can take a
No,
knight
takes-
e5.
Ah,
Now
this one
takes
as
a
well,
knight
yeah.
e5.
Queen takes d6.
Oh, okay,
Back rank.
okay.
But how about the other way round? What about knight takes g5?
And what's that
After
knight?
g5,
And
then
what
bishop
is that?
e5. Just trying to trap your rook.
Wow.
Rook g8. Maybe.
Queen h7?
Yeah, queen e6.
And again, the yes,
No,
but
but
here
there's
queen isn't
d7
it?
first, right? Or this way. Yeah, d7, queen takes, and then queen h5 check.
Check.
Yeah, now only white can be better with such an open. It's not the Roy Lopez Judit
being-
h3.
Yeah, but it's bad enough.
Yeah.
Takes queen d5.
Yeah, this is
Or
horrible
check back and queen h7. No,
horrible
no
for
this
black.
is horrible. So b4.
b4,
b4,
and
where the
we're
rook
expecting
goes.
rook c8. Meanwhile, we have had confirmation that Magnus and Nepo's Armageddon will start at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
So just under 10 minutes now. So, yeah, both the players in this game, I'm sure they will have an eye on that one, especially Report. But yeah, b4, yeah, rook c8 is the only one we've,
So rook c8, rook
work.
c6.
yeah, rook c6.
We were also talking for a second queen c6.
Ah, yes. I was slightly worried that d7 at some point would work, but
Just now, simply?
d7
No,
really
I
just-
think d7, king d7,
yeah,
right?
exactly. It's not quite.
Rook
working.
c6.
Okay, he does play rook
He
c6.
does play rook c6, you see?
Okay.
Wants to provoke knight to d4.
That's the most ambitious move, I guess, keeping the rook on an active square, but it could well backfire. So knight d4, what's his idea? e5? No.
Well, after e5,
If you move the bishop, I'll take on d6 with my rook.
sorry?
You wanted to move the bishop? Or
No,
are you
I thought to
taking?
take on
take.
take, but I think king d8,
King
right?
d8, yeah. And maybe you get to the black king, maybe not. Maybe you just take on c6 and play rook d1 and
Yeah, takes and rook d1, right?
yeah. Again, who's better and why? Actually, queen a5 check as well coming. Ugh.
Well, I have a feeling who is better
Now I feel- yeah.
and why.
Maybe black had to
It's
take on
not black.
Yeah, maybe black takes on c6 with the queen. But it's still ugly while this
No,
rook
no,
is
no.
on h8.
No, he can't do that. So
No.
after knight d4, he must do, I think, maybe rook c4.
Yeah.
Rook c4,
I was worried about queen d5
b5.
and b5 and knight e6 or something like this, but
Maybe queen
yeah,
c6?
queen c6 is hanging by a thread for black, but knight c7, king d8. No, wait, knight c7 here?
King,
D7,
Queen E6.
King E6, yeah. King D8, just D7.
Rook E1 he played.
Okay, just Rook E1, so keeping the
He just played Rook E1.
threat in the pocket.
Actually, I have a feeling that things went bad for black.
But what's the threat? Knight D4 maybe. Similar lines. Yeah, King F7.
But okay,
that feels so
E5 is
shaky.
not possible. Okay, let's say King F7. That looks kind of the
Knight
best.
D4.
And after Knight D4,
Because you can return some
if
material. but
E5, Queen D5, right? Is it a draw?
Queen D5, where are you running with the king?
Well,
Forward. I shouldn't have asked.
no, actually, it's not a draw. If you go here, I go F5.
Okay. Yeah. It's still not clear though. Queen takes.
Well,
And bishop takes. Oh, you want. Rook takes, okay.
well, okay, Knight F3, I
Or
guess,
knight
right?
F5, maybe?
Knight F5, Queen F5,
Queen E8.
and
And
Queen
bishop
E7, Queen
D6.
F7.
Bishop D6.
Ah, sorry.
I mean, so many sharp, sharp lines, right? But also, if the king goes to G6, if white tries to play for more than a draw, can white sacrifice? So instead of Queen E4 check, a couple of moves before.
This was
Bishop
the
E5.
position.
Fe5, I'm wondering whether I can play knight F3 or. Yeah,
Well, is there many choice?
no, true.
Probably Knight F3 is the main move.
Yeah,
Doesn't look good.
No, it looks super scary for black. All of these lines, actually, you're right, looking really hair-raising. Just
Rook E1.
yeah. So King F7. We were thinking Knight D4. Yeah.
What about Rook D6?
Okay, Bishop takes.
Takes.
Giving back
Knight
the material.
D6.
Knight
Yeah?
E6. Yep. It looks like that position where white
Rook
was
C-
an exchange down
yeah.
earlier, but with this knight on E6.
B5?
Yeah. I've no idea what white's next moves are, but it does look quite nice. Maybe Queen F3. I want to get to B3 somehow.
Yeah,
And
it
also
shouldn't
knight
be good
G5
for
check
black.
ideas.
No. Okay, so after Rook E1, what moves can he go? What did you do on King F7?
King F7,
Knight
knight
D4,
D4.
yeah?
Yeah. Struggling. I'm really struggling to understand why that rook's on C6 now.
Yeah, maybe that was a mistake. Possibly.
Okay, so rook E1. Is King F7 forced? So knight D4 is white's next move, most likely.
If E6,
Yeah, E6, I think
Knight D4.
knight D4, but rook C4. Queen D5 or? Yeah, white.
Ooh.
We just need to win E6 without swapping queens, and then white's just winning.
Well, this looks horrific for black.
Yeah. All the pins, and that black king still in huge danger.
Rook E1 was Rook C6 seems to be a little slow, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless there's a concrete reason, it's just inviting knight D4 in all these lines. I mean, there must be a way to survive with black, but it feels like already it's quite a narrow path. And his time advantage is disappearing. It
Slowly.
was over an hour, now
Yeah.
it's down to 17 extra minutes. Furuzia looks pretty happy, leaning back as well, just... Yeah. I mean, if he wins this game in sparkling style, we'll say,
Wow.
what a sacrifice, what a game. But
Well, in any case, what a game. But
Yeah,
of
true.
course, of course, if he wins, then things are even shines better this game.
okay, and the players are arriving for the Armageddon, which starts very, very shortly. Nepomniachtchi first to the board, and we'll soon see the world champion join, fashionably late, as usual. What do you think? Different opening? He needs to win this time. He's smiling there, meanwhile.
Yeah, he has his smile on. I don't know. I don't know. It depends very much on the opening, what he can get out of the opening, and can he make Magnus think? I think.
because we should mention as well, 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. The players only gaining a 1 second increment after move 41.
Yes.
And therefore, yeah, it's going to be a race. And if you can get black thinking early on, it's normally a good sign. And there, the fist bump. Magnus getting ready. I think he's going to go for a completely different opening somehow. Magnus just too well drilled in these King's Pawn openings. Too familiar there. Okay, Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, nobody can keep their eyes off this Fallujah report game. He's having a look as well.
And it's just about to start.
Just getting his pure Norway water, and he's ready. Okay, e4.
E4 again.
So Magnus, wow, taking a few seconds in an Armageddon game to adjust his pieces.
Yeah.
That's courageous.
And we see 2 knights e3. So
Okay.
is it going to be?
I was wondering if he was going to play punt f4, move
Yeah.
through there. A delayed King's Gambit. Instead, a type of bishop's opening. And quite a trendy line. Actually, I have bad memories against Nepomniachtchi in this line from the World Blitz in 2017.
Oh, you're playing with black?
I was black, yeah. I was equal out at the opening, or equal-ish, but at some point he just played f4, f5, and mated me.
Oh.
So it didn't end too well. Yeah. So this is still well-known stuff, and I think Magnus has quite a lot of experience on the black side here. He played actually, I think he lost a game against Dubov, a blitz game a while back. So
Interesting that he's thinking how to
Yeah.
develop his bishop.
yeah, d5 is also a move. But bishop e7, bishop c5.
Can
all
black go
viable.
also g6 and bishop g7, or that's slow because of f4?
Possibly. Yeah, f4 is probably the acid test there. g6, f4. Yeah. The King's Indian player in you wants to play g6, right, Judit?
Yeah, somehow to have the fianchetto, some kind of, but it seems to be slow.
I think white usually, if black doesn't challenge in the center, plays f4 quite quickly. So, okay, we do
And
see
he goes for d5.
d5.
We shouldn't forget that the draw equals win for Magnus,
Yes, so
so he doesn't mind to simplify a little bit and go for simplification if it's possible.
yeah. And the center has been simplified slightly, taking on
Knight
d5. Now white usually, I think, plays knight f3. Might be a few other moves. I've seen Dubov play this type of opening, and somehow he always manages to get rook a5 in some position.
Well,
later
now,
on, not
now
right now.
yet
but-
it's not good because of bishop b4.
No, but later in the game,
Yeah.
it's always a middle game or an end game, and somehow rook a5 comes. And
Yeah, I love this when I play with some positions, like also in the rapport game against Tari, I think. He played h takes g3, right? And then
Okay.
the rook without moving. Oh, look at that, queen h5.
queen h5 and Magnus.
Knight b4, getting sharp.
Yeah, sacrifices a pawn. White can take on e5 with check, but c2 is very tender. What do you think? Take?
I don't know what he's going to do after queen e5. What is it, bishop e6?
I think we're finding out. Bishop e7, simply.
Bishop e7. So king d1 is on the way, I guess.
Or queen e2, maybe.
Or queen e2, rook a4. Yeah, maybe rook a4.
Ah, rook a4. That would be
But then castle.
very ambitious.
Queen a2, just go back, take the pawn and go back to safety.
Yeah. This is actually, I think he's just playing in martial spirit. Just there are some lines of an anti-martial where you get this pawn structure for white, this double b pawns. The black knight sits on b4, and black gets the bishop pair. Good compensation. Okay. Meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi keeping his 3-minute advantage.
Yes, indeed.
Bishop g4, most likely now. Okay, just a5, getting ready for rook a6 and a rook lift.
Of course. So no rook a5, at least for some time.
No. He's learnt from Dubov. h3. Will we see rook a6, or will we just see maybe
We
the other?
will.
Okay, just b6 the other way.
B6.
Yeah. So a5 was maybe just the stabilizing move, not
Strange, because he didn't need it a5 if he
Yeah.
goes b6, right?
exactly. Yeah. I guess maybe now his bishop definitely won't land on g4, so he's decided b7 is the only home
Yeah.
for his bishop. Castles.
Bishop b7.
Yeah. Now, is there a threat positionally if bishop takes f3 because white's queen is tied down to c2
Probably
as well?
there is, yeah. This is the problem for white, the c2. So is he going to play rook c1?
Yeah. Is he going to move? Actually, where does the white knight move to? It's not clear. Okay, you're right. He does play rook c1, defending the c2 pawn.
It's passive, but he still claims that he has a pawn up, so he can make such moves.
And Magnus continuing the threats because now bishop takes c3 is an
Yeah,
idea.
and knight a2,
Yeah. He takes
And-
c3.
capturing the pawn on c3 after that.
So actually, it's already
It's a
difficult
very
for
serious threat.
yeah, it's extremely difficult for Nepomniachtchi to hold c2, to hold both of
Can
his
he
knights.
go to knight d1? It looks so passive.
Ugh.
Knight
Ugh,
b5 after
yeah.
that, right?
I mean, it's ugly, but maybe you just need to if you want to win this game. Looks like a dream opening from Magnus and okay,
D4.
d4. So not afraid of bishop a6. Why isn't he afraid of bishop a6?
I don't know. But queen d7 is a move.
Was bishop a6 not just winning an exchange there? Okay, maybe a mutual blindness moment from
Well,
both players.
yesterday we saw some blindness too
Yeah.
in the rapport games.
Okay, so now white's rook is off the f1 square. It's not going to drop off, but black is still very active. Looks like a full compensation. Do you think it's more than that, Judit?
Well, I don't think it's more than that, but I think it's very nice to play it with the black
With
side.
black, yeah.
Queen e6 now, maybe. Just important not to allow d5. Bishop c6 is possible.
Yeah, lots of candidate moves. Definitely don't want to trade queens here. For example,
No,
bishop takes f3.
no, I think black
yeah.
should keep his queens on.
Yeah. Queen c8 is interesting as well, just queen a8 lining up maybe
Yeah.
later on. Okay, Magnus, he needs to move though because he's 2.5 minutes down on the clock. We're still a long way away from move 40 where they gain increment. So he's now got less than 4 minutes to make over 20 moves.
Yeah, now he stops for a moment.
Yeah. In Armageddon, when you're black, you very rarely get the opportunity to think like this. Okay, he does drop back to
Queen
c8.
c8, queen h5. It was kind of expected by Nepo. After g6, queen g4 he wants to go.
Yeah. He just protects f3 as well, stopping bishop takes f3.
I don't like queen c8 actually. I'd
Okay.
rather have seen something else.
Okay, now the queens do come off. And Magnus is arguing that he's going to just double up against white's extra pawn, the d pawn.
Yeah, it's of course it's difficult how he's going to make any progress because black has the bishop pairs.
This knight on b4 as well.
Knight on b4 is exceptionally beautifully standing over there, but it's a pawn up, right? Everything is defended by white.
Yeah, the longer that continues as well, the more nervous Magnus might get. So now white getting ready to double his rooks on the d file.
And still the time difference,
Oh, it's-
white is keeping the 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's even larger now.
G5.
Yeah, that time difference is
Ooh.
larger than it was at the beginning of the game. So g5. You're
This looks
surprised?
dangerous, absolutely. I mean,
Because
I
it
think
gives away the
white,
f5 square, or
well, this f5 square looks very tempting somehow to occupy. Can't white go knight h2, knight f1? I know it's a long road.
yeah.
It's like an overseas trip.
Book the tickets. And
Okay, other knight goes
Okay.
here.
I guess maybe black's idea is to put the king on g6 at some point.
Yeah, but now white wants to go c3, c4, d5,
He retreats.
somehow to activate himself, or c4 immediately.
But this is surprising. Magnus playing rook d7, 2 moves later playing rook back to d8. Just uncertainty.
He wants to go bishop c8 and attack
okay.
the g4, I guess.
Maybe he only stumbled across this idea after he'd already played g5 as black. Okay, now white embarks on your maneuver. Knight h2 maybe. Also to guard the g4 pawn.
And knight f1.
And knight f1.
King
black king,
g6,
yeah.
as you,
We're both,
you said. Yeah.
Predicting,
good.
so now knight g3, there's bishop c8, targeting the g4 pawn.
f3, he wants to go king f2.
Yeah, so the bishop on e3, guarded by both white's knights. It looks so
And
shaky, but...
black is under 230.
Okay.
h5, very active play by Magnus.
Very active king. So he just wants to eliminate that stronghold on g4, I guess. Nothing too
Yeah, he just wants to
sophisticated.
play g4, right, with black. Eventually.
Eventually. Maybe also drop the bishop back to g7, f5, f4.
Yeah. He's absolutely playing it in a martial spirit in some ways, that just pawn is yours, I have compensation, knight f4 possibly. He wants to go f5.
I think so.
Bishop e7 is a surprising move to me.
Maybe he wants the bishop on d6 to come round to f4 with his bishop. Either way, Magnus, he has to get his skates on with 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes now. Okay, the knights have come off. White's making progress. White's pushing pawns. We're going to see all those pawns push forward. Okay, white's rook under fire.
Well, the white bishop is controlling the black squares, so that's safe for him.
At some point, bishop g3 as well later might attack the black.
But now
Queenside
probably
pawns.
bishop c5, rook wants to come into e2 at some point, but he goes f5, f4, compensation.
Okay, but the white knight finding the d4 square. And now, okay,
Magnus is just going for the
counterattack.
initiative, dynamics.
Yeah, I think he had to play g4 at some point, otherwise he's just going to get squeezed.
Yeah, he wants to take away some space from white's pieces. He wants to push also g3 at some point, I think
Yeah.
at some point, especially if white is going to be taking on g4 maybe.
Yeah, and if white takes on g4, I guess the black light squared bishop is at least slightly happier. Okay, so still decent chances on the board for Magnus, despite being a pawn down, but time.
g3, I'm expecting f4 sometime from black. I thought
F4,
f4
yeah.
immediately, but
So tempting to play f4
yeah,
there. Okay, so he takes on f3 first. Maybe his idea is f4 next move,
maybe
if white recaptures.
rook e2.
Okay.
This was his idea. He just wants to
Entering.
simplify everything, so after rook d2 takes and f4 maybe, or just rook e8. And he believes that here on the queen side, the double pawn is not going to give much for white.
Yeah, rook e8 first. And if white offers a trade of these final rooks, then yeah, the black bishops can start going after white's queenside pawns.
Yeah, with going bishop e5 and taking, right?
Yeah, so white doesn't really want to play rook e1 right now if he wants to win. And Magnus has sped up because he will start getting increment now of 1 second. Suddenly, what do you think? Very good
Well,
chances.
I
to-
think it's going to be a draw. I don't think Magnus will blunder, because he needs to blunder
Yeah,
for losing. Otherwise, it's a pretty balanced, full compensation for black for sure.
yeah. Those bishops are very strong. Yeah, and f4 and rook e2 are both on the cards. It's going to be difficult for Nippon actually to stop those. c5 is another move, but
Rook
okay.
d1
Rook d1. So
isn't, well, bishop e5 was also quite promising, but the simplification is the most logical.
yeah,
He just wants to go to simplify, bring his bishops, and actually the white king on g1 can be even in danger sometimes.
it's actually much easier to play this position with black, right? You can simplify anytime you want.
It's
You
so
can-
much more dangerous with white, I think. Rook e2, he's going to bring his bishops, and actually white is in huge danger, I think,
Yeah,
by now.
The last dozen moves have been a masterclass from Magnus. And
Bishop g4 is coming.
okay, now the black light square bishop can come. You can move the black king. Lots of options. I think he'll improve his light square bishop. Maybe g4, maybe h3. There we go, bishop
Bishop
g4.
g4, expected. After rook d3, king f5, king e4 is also something.
King of the hill, yes.
Well, even now I think king f5 is possible.
Mm-hmm.
But bishop h3 is also, no, bishop h3, rook f2.
Yeah, even if the rooks come off, black's probably fine, but why encourage it? Yeah, king f5, I like it. Maybe in blitz it's slightly, or well, now bullet chess pretty much for Magnus with 1 minute. Maybe it's slightly scary to play a move like
Yeah.
king f5 just in case the opponent, okay, he
But
plays it
it's
anyway. Just in case the opponent has some knight forks or tricks. But none of them exist
No.
right now.
And he's threatening taking on f3 and king e4, or immediately king e4. So it's definitely not a fun position to play from white side.
Yeah, very, very difficult actually. And Poniachi, he needs to find a move. The white king's going to come under heavy fire from these bishops. I'm actually struggling to keep everything intact here for white. How do you defend?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if white is worse.
Yeah, it does look that way. King f5, really nice move. Active pieces.
Well, with such a beautiful bishop pair for black,
This is
it's no surprise.
textbook endgame technique. Activate the king, activate your pieces. Don't
Can
worry about
black
pawns.
play anyway king e4 now?
Yeah, I think
D takes c7, bishop f3.
yeah, king e4 looked very good. Instead, Magnus takes the pawn. Makes
He
sense.
goes for the safer, but I think he's not making big mistake here either with that.
Yeah, you just need to eliminate the risk here. A draw is
He just wants to
completely fine.
eliminate pawns. I think he had better than that, but
Yeah.
for a draw it will be definitely enough.
Yeah, they're the same. The draw
Because
and the
after
win.
bishop e3, king e4.
Yes. And white can't win a piece. The bishops come off. Yeah, either way, king e4's next against nearly every move. Bishop takes a5, just king e4 again. Okay, he does come back with his bishop.
Bishop d4.
Mhm.
Black will just, interesting that he gave a check.
So the white king no longer cut off, but the black king mightily strong. I mean, black looks like he's just winning somehow if he can just check the white king. Rook c1 or rook
Well, rook
h1
c1,
or
rook
h1,
h1.
d1. Okay, Magnus swings the whole way across rook h1. Okay,
Rook
white-
f4.
white's given a check.
Rook f4, bishop h6.
Oh my god. Wait, was rook c1 played? Oh, he
It
wasn't
was.
played. Was rook c1 played in the game? No, it wasn't.
No, he
Rook
just
c1 would have
passed
lost
by.
to rook takes f4.
He went
So-
rook h1.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to go there,
Yeah.
and he noticed, right?
He stopped the demo board, the digital board, caught that move, but yeah, he swung the whole way across with his rook and dodged that bullet, avoiding this trick.
Well, after king f3, there is no more.
Yeah, checkmate coming, and Magnus wins the Armageddon
And the tournament.
and the tournaments, most likely. Rapport, if he
Well,
wins,
actually, yeah,
can
but
catch up.
actually, in the meantime, I was spying a little bit on the other game, and there is a very little chance that Rapport will win. He
okay.
might even lose the game.
Yeah, so Magnus taking down his big rival there, probably has clinched the title, but
Yeah,
let's
Magnus
check out.
won so easily this game. Of
Yeah.
course, Nepo was a must-win situation, so obviously he wouldn't ruin his position so badly that he has to resign. But
Not encouraging for Nepo. I mean, didn't get
he
any
didn't-
chances
didn't
really.
get really any chances. Okay, so what has happened over here after knight d4, e5? So this is what we had. Takes, bishop e5. And now
Oh, we saw this line,
we
right?
saw this line, and Rapport decided that rook d6 is still the best.
Yeah, because f takes e5, there was knight f3 maybe.
Yeah, and
we
this
can
is
mention.
what we looked, and we said g3 here, and this is on the board as well.
Yeah, so just cutting out any bishop takes h2 check tricks.
So how can Black get along here? because
with
next move rook e6.
Yeah, with that king on g6. It's not going to be easy.
Very difficult position for Rapport.
Yeah.
And we have another draw actually. So Rapport is the last game of the tournament. We haven't seen this game too much. We are sorry for those who were very much interested in this game because we were focusing on the other two. And it seems like there was a repetition of moves at the end with queen b4. Like there was an exchange sacrifice by Sergei in this game.
Yeah, and it just ended with a draw because black had to keep his rook. The rook was otherwise trapped and in trouble. And therefore, he had to repeat moves, going back and forth with the queen.
Okay, so we have the last game running, and the Rapport after making some great moves, I think in the opening, he somehow got lost in the middle game, and Firuza was playing incredible strong moves and nice ideas.
Yes, and just while Firuza figures out how to finish off this game, we'll just take a very short break, and don't miss it. We're going to be joined by the world champion in a few moments. Welcome back, everyone. We're joined here in the studio by Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, who's just defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Armageddon game. Magnus, first thoughts?
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be enough. So, yeah, first thoughts, very happy of course.
So how was the classical game for you? How did you feel? What were your impressions about the opening choice?
I think it was a good
Nepomniachtchi.
choice. I've suffered quite a bit in this line, to be honest. So, yeah, in that sense, it was a good choice, and I decided to go for something solid, but black is always like a little bit
Yeah, you
worse.
had a game like this, right? So you were following.
Yeah, I had a blitz game, I think, but no rapid or classical. But yeah, I decided to play this, but black is generally a little...
Queen d1 is quite unpleasant, it seems, right?
Yeah, maybe, I mean, there's bishop a5 here, but I couldn't really recall what the...
Well,
what
bishops look a little dangerous
the consequences
for
are. Yeah, it's like queen b1, queen g4 looks crazy, but maybe then I can go back to f5.
But you were not worried too much about this at this point?
No, I was like a little bit, but I mean, generally black is holding these positions. That's what I felt. But
do you think he played for a draw in this game, or he just wanted
no,
to be
I think
extremely careful?
I think he just wanted to play it relatively safe and have some chances to win. So I think in that way he succeeded. I think he was certainly trying.
And what do you think about this bishop c4? Because
It was
this kind of
surprising to me.
surprising.
Yeah, it was surprising to me as well.
It seems like he's kind of giving up.
No, I didn't think so at all. Because he also in the game he gets control over the e-file, and I have to take.
But what about keeping the bishop and playing bishop d3? Let's say.
Yeah, that was quite possible. He's going to play bishop c7 probably.
You don't think there are more chances for white keeping the bishop than giving up and just controlling the e-file?
There, it could be, but it was an interesting choice. Like it's not obvious. I mean, just keeping the bishop is the normal choice, but it's not obvious that his choice was any worse from like practical point of view. Because here I had to play kind of precise in order
but you played very precise.
in order not to get seriously worse. Yeah, yeah. This h6 I thought was nice, giving the king some luft. Rook d8 and h4, and yeah, here I had to take care because there are a lot of ways to mess it up a little bit, like bishop c7, for instance. I thought maybe queen e4, and then you can prepare g3 and bring the rook to e3, and it's actually gaining some squares. And I know from experience that Jan is unbelievably good in these positions where he has the safer king, queen and rook, and you can just create these little threats. So I had to be very careful. But yeah, I think king h7 was nice. Although I have to say, it was a bit embarrassing that after queen h3 here, my intention was to go bishop c7, which I thought was very clever, with the idea of rook e7, rook e8. And I do think this works. But as Jan pointed out after the game, rook d4 would be even better.
Okay.
But yeah, otherwise, yeah, king h7. I think it's hard for him to put any pressure.
So actually, of king h7, the main idea was that after queen e4, you go queen h6, right? So
yeah.
to control the white squares.
Yeah. And then then there was queen e7, but I think bishop c3 and so on worked for black. So he went rook e2. And this queen c1 was very clever, but I don't think it's very good, because I have this important move, rook d5.
It seemed that your last two moves by playing queen f5 and rook d5 was very powerful, controlling the fifth rank.
He said after the game that he missed this idea of rook d5, rook b5. But I also missed f3, as a matter of fact, which made me, because I thought I was just doing very, very well. And then he had this idea of f3, rook e4. I sort of half panicked a little bit, and I really regretted that after I'd made the move. Like, I should have done something like h5 and then bishop c7. Like, I have such control over the central squares that my king is not really in danger, and the rook can possibly go over to b5 or even a5 sometimes. And I don't think I'm in danger here at all. So I was regretting this slightly after I'd made my move, but yeah, bishop b5 at the very least was quite safe, because I'm forcing some bishop e6, c5, and then there's just too little, I think.
And we just see there, Magnus, that we do have a result. Alireza Firouzja has won, so you are confirmed as the champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And I have to say, and that means that Alireza is second, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he ends with four wins on the trot.
4 wins in a row. He's now in the top 10 for the first
Now
time.
two streaks of 4 wins in the second half is pretty.
You punched him badly in the
It's pretty
end
sick.
game, and after that he said, "Okay, now I go for it."
Yeah, I didn't see that coming, to be honest, because he was. Not only was he not winning, but the game he won against Arjen was not impressive at all, and even in the games he was making a draw, he was generally worse. So that's an amazing turnaround, and it's the same as last year actually. That he had made the same score as I did in classical, but the Armageddon decided it.
Well, it's part of the game, seriously, in this tournament.
Yes, of course.
So it makes a huge difference. But with B5, you didn't risk anything.
No,
But you still
I-
feel
I-
that H5 was somehow better.
Yeah, I mean, in
decision.
order to play for a win, maybe, because B5 is with Bishop B6 and C5 to come is more of an attempt to make a draw. So I was briefly he offered a draw here, and I was briefly considering to play on with Rook E5, but I don't think there was much. Yeah, Queen E3 takes, Queen E6 maybe.
It's hard to believe that it should be so good that
Yeah, at
can
least,
play.
but I
And can
thought
you
at
play
least
after Bishop C5?
Bishop C5. This I wasn't so sure about. I take it,
Queen E5?
take it, and I go Queen E5. I suppose it's a draw, but he has to take a little care. A5. And
Yeah, you want, or immediately B4, Queen B2, C3.
yeah, I should mention another line as well. If you taken with the queen in E4 instead of the pawn.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That was
takes,
a mouse slip.
takes. Well, first of all, I think Bishop A5 wins. But before I saw Bishop A5, I was briefly considering A5. And there was this nice line with A3, B4, A, B4,
Can,
A4.
A4, B5, C5. Yeah.
you also like to self-studies, I see.
Yeah, sure.
That's pretty nice. Did you feel that you had any potential winning chances if you, I mean, other than maybe this Rook E5 line, if you just start with A5, just sit?
The thing is A5, A3. And if I cannot do anything, I mean, either I have to go for C5 and then it's very drawish, or Rook E5, which is also drawish. So I didn't really see it.
Okay, so
Maybe in this line his bishop is getting. No, and then after Queen E3, we could actually, Queen E4, we could actually transpose to this stupid line. Wow.
but can't you by the way take on Queen E5?
Wow. Yeah, and the other line, bishop was going to A3.
Yeah.
But here it's not. Yeah, maybe then he has to go
Though
bishop.
Bishop D8 you have, right?
Bishop D8. Yeah. Okay.
Showing off, guys.
But here Queen E6 maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, A5, A3. It's like
Yeah, it's a very good inclusion.
Improves
Yeah,
for you.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. And what about the classical game?
Sorry,
There-
the Armageddon.
The Armageddon. Sorry. I mean, you didn't really have any problem.
I was
You know what?
tired.
After D4, we were wondering for Bishop A6.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I
Was-
think.
was
Yeah,
this
it was
opening-
Oh, I was just not
focusing Queen D7.
I was not even seeing tactics at all in this game. I was tired, and I just
No blame for that.
yeah. And I think like he was kind of outplaying me at some point, and I was little bit worse. But I think with the bishops, you always have chances.
Yeah.
Was this opening something you'd looked at before?
No, I mean Alireza played it against me in the Banterblitz Cup actually. This Bishop E3 thing, and I didn't take it seriously at all then, but it's actually a serious line. So usually White goes Knight F3 instead of
Queen H5.
taking on D5,
Okay.
and then D5. D4, Knight E5, ED3 castles, and so on. But yeah, Queen H5 I thought was a bit nonsensical because you get typical like martial compensation, but with I think a bunch of extra tempi, and yeah, the fact that I was a little bit worse later in the game was not the position's fault; it was rather my fault. But anyway, I said it, so
Well, it was
I don't
an
care.
amazing performance, Barry, even though in the first rounds you were quite rusty, it seemed, but then something happened and you started to have your streak. What did you do? What was the magic point?
Well, I don't
Turning
think I
point.
was even rusty. I was just I was not getting anywhere, and I mean it has to be said that the pairings were a lot better for me also in the last circuit, that I had three whites and black against Ariane, so that was quite favorable. But yeah, I don't know what happened in the first half. I didn't feel too differently. Frankly, I mean I was just seriously running out of steam in the last few games. But it was enough. I think everybody was running on fumes at the end. So.
Yeah.
So this tournament as a whole, good feelings. Is there anything specific that you're going to take away and work on?
I think everything apart from. So what I would say is I worked really hard at the board during these games. So that part I'm very happy with. Everything else, you know, there are a lot of things to improve. It wasn't sparkling at all. But I think under the circumstances, I came away with absolutely everything I could have hoped for.
And what's next for you, Magnus? We know that it's only 2 months now till the World Championship. Playing a bit more, some training camps. What's the plan?
Yeah, I think that sums it up.
So where are you playing next?
I'm playing in the European Club Cup. I'm traveling on Sunday.
Busy man.
Yeah, and then back for the tour finals, and after that, the focus will be on training and the match.
Okay.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Great fight
Yeah.
and great play, great champion. Good luck with your upcoming tournaments.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Welcome back, everyone, and we're joined by another winner today, Alireza Firouzja. Congratulations, second place in the tournament. You're now in the world's top 10 officially. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels great. After the very tough first half, I'm happy to be back to the tournament. And yeah, second place is kind of okay after the loss against Magnus. So I couldn't imagine because I was down almost 6-7 points. So yeah.
Yeah, and 4 classical wins in a row. What was it that kind of inspired you? Was it that win against that loss, against Magnus that suddenly turned your fortunes around, you think, for the tournament?
Yeah, after the loss, yeah, okay, it was a very good game by him, so I was not disturbed a lot, and I just played my normal routine, and I got better result with the other colors. For instance, with some players I had white, I think it didn't matter.
And second place, yeah, second year in a row, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can take us through just a couple of moments, or maybe just talk about the key points today. Did you feel the opening stage,
Yeah, I
this
think
rook sacrifice?
I think he should, if he played this line, he should have prepared this line, because I think this rook sacrifice is very interesting. I didn't see it prepared before. I just came up with it during the game. So
Wow.
yeah, I thought I could just sacrifice. There's no way I could be worse here, because it cannot be possible. So
You came up with it during the game? You never checked?
no, I never checked it. Actually, I used a lot of time here.
Yes, this was very seeable.
Yeah,
That you
here
were
instead
spending.
of bishop f4, I wasted a lot of time, because okay, for this rook sacrifice I didn't, because it didn't matter. But after, I was thinking how to continue, but I think I didn't continue the best way. Maybe this knight d5 is not so good. Maybe this something like b3 even is better than knight d5. So, but yeah. But
What-
okay, knight d5 is also a decent move. Knight takes, f6, knight f3.
Yeah, here were several. What about rook c4?
Yeah, queen takes, queen d5, queen c2. I saw that's still very dangerous for him.
And f6, rook d1, right?
Yeah,
Queen goes away.
yeah, and then looks very dangerous. Probably it holds, but
You didn't want that pawn on a2,
Don't-
Judith?
yeah. I immediately knew that I went wrong.
Sorry.
I knew it.
I'm a pawn grabber.
okay. But okay, I don't think I'm worse here anyway.
Where do you think black went wrong later on? Where do you think Richard lost the thread of the
I
game?
think already after rook c5, d6, he's in big trouble. I think maybe engine says it's equal, but I think he missed e5 before move. After d6, e5, b4, and then I take on e5 and it's finished. So, okay, now it's already very dangerous for him.
Yeah, still rook c8 probably was a bit better,
Okay.
right? What was your plan on that?
Yeah, again, rook e1,
e6 or something?
Then
Or king
e6, yeah.
f7?
king f7. Yeah, I think he cannot get away, right? Oh, okay, now it's better version, definitely. Yeah. Okay.
We were thinking maybe some h4, h5 with white.
h4,
and just
yeah.
to sit,
h4, e6, rook d1 again. He cannot go out, so
Well, then
yeah, h5,
bishop g7, h6.
h6. Yeah. You take also. I go. Oh, everything is good. It looks very bad for black. I don't like it. So
And after he went rook c6, you thought no more chances for him. It looked like a nice checkmating attack.
yeah. No, after it's just winning. He missed knight f3, of course. Move 24 when I took on e5.
But
F e,
okay,
knight
this
f3.
is already over, no?
Yeah, maybe knight f3 is only move or not. So
After
I'm not sure.
f6, e6?
Yeah.
Yes. I
After
think
f6,
so.
c5, it's good enough, right?
Yeah. I think it's just this is what he missed at least. So yeah, it was a decent game. I think could have been better, but okay.
Well, I don't think that you should be complaining on any part of
Yeah.
this game. It was very impressive, very interesting idea. But the way you played also after that, played b4 and
yeah. Thank
played
you.
some great moves and great games. Congratulations
Thank
with
you.
all this.
Thank you very much.
We know that probably it was extremely tiring tournament
Yeah.
for you. Where are you going to play next?
Oh, in Riga,
In
the
Riga.
Grand Swiss. Yeah.
Okay, so we wish you good luck.
Thank you.
and
Yeah.
Congratulations for your
Thank you very
second
much.
place.
Thank you guys.
Well done. Welcome back, everyone. We are now jumping into the Armageddon clash between Sergei Karyakin and Aryan Tari. So we will find a winner in this game. White, remember, starting with 10 minutes, Black starting with 7, and White maintaining his time advantage up to this point. It's still quite early days, but White is also currently a pawn up. First thoughts, Judit, does Black have enough compensation for this pawn?
Well, Black has quite a lot of compensation because his rooks are standing very well, he's controlling the d file, and his queen centralized completely, his pieces are completely focusing on the e4 pawn, right? So it may be not so easy for White unless he can play something like knight f3 and e5 later on. Last move was h4. I think the reason is because Black might have been thinking about playing g5, so it's a prophylactical move. Of course, Sergei is great in that too.
Yeah, so okay, we have had a couple of more moves as well. Sergei now offering a trade of queens, so after rook e7, queen back to e3. And Sergei, he needs to win the game, remember. White needs to win an Armageddon, so therefore he needs to cling on to his pawn.
He keeps his 3-minute advantage.
Yes.
As the starting time was 10 minutes for Sergei and 7 minutes for Tari.
There's some similarities with the Nepomniachtchi against Carlsen game, actually, Black being a pawn down but having very active pieces in compensation. And Tari allows the queen exchange. Okay, Karyakin.
Well, he wants to not allow White to play e5. I think that's what he's playing against it.
I think he wants to use the e5 square for the Black knight, maybe
But
as well.
maybe White can go fast, though if f4, then maybe rook d3, so that's why f3, knight e5, probably White will be pushing eventually f4.
f4, yeah. And Black's knight will try and jump into d3, try and cause some nuisance. Who do you think it's easier to play here? I would say probably Black for now, but that could change.
I'm not sure, because White can go rook e2. Of course, Black will be going rook d7, I think. But
Maybe there's some a4 in the air as well sometimes.
that's true. That's true, absolutely, that Black might be thinking on a4 kind of moves. And then the c4.
Okay, actually, with
So-
that in mind, White plays a4.
Exactly.
So-
But it's not an easy move to play a4, right? So
Structurally, it's
you also
horrible,
have to
yeah.
take in account that knight d3 and knight b4 can be move, and it can be an unpleasant move sometimes.
Even if Black does that now, plays knight d3, puts knight either on b4, c5. Okay, he's
And
jumped
that's
in.
what's happening.
Yeah, it looks like decent compensation still for Tari.
Also later on, maybe Black can think of playing f5 and take on e4, or play even f4.
Yeah, bring the Black king. I just want to bring the Black king now via f8, e7, d6, c5 before.
Yeah, you can
And,
make this journey with the king, right?
Eventually. There's some weak squares on that side of the board.
Well, after a4, this is something immediately comes to mind, that how to explore and exploit the black squares.
Yeah, so knight back to c5. That knight's going to sit there forever now, pretty much.
Well, definitely putting pressure on the b3 pawn, but everything is fully protected from white side. At the same time, Black's idea is to go rook d7, later on rook d3, and put extra pressure on the b3. So he's looking for counterplay continuously. g4, I think it's done against f5.
Yeah.
But we'll see if Black is going to be playing g5, for example, to have create another outpost, and possibly using it also with knight e6, knight f4. Anyway, f5 is done.
Yeah, full dark square bind there potentially, but instead Tari, I've noticed this, he likes to go for the more direct approach if he can. So immediately swapping pawns, but it's not clear what this gains for Black.
It's not clear whether it was a good decision, because
He's lost a
now
lot of time as
White
well.
can stabilize, and I think it's also very important that White defended a little bit with bishop f1, the square d3. So now knight d3 is not going to be jumping in so easily. And after rook d7, king e1. So Black is trying to control the f4 square, which maybe not going to be so easy.
But this has allowed potentially a trade of rooks.
This is a good move with White, I think. Great move to eliminate the one pair of rooks, because it will give extra possibilities for White. So I think knight e6 was a mistake. Serious mistake not allowing. He had to go rook d7 first, and only after that to go knight e6, possibly.
Yes.
Though bishop h3 was there, so So maybe f5 was after all not so good, but the players have such a short time to think. Tari is under 3 minutes. Well, now he got his
Yeah.
little time.
Okay, so he's still down 2.5 minutes on the clock, Tari. And after this exchange of rooks, white is ready to put the king on e3. It's, okay, bishop h5, but this is feeling a
Well,
bit shaky.
he
King
wants to
e3.
go after king e3, knight g6
okay.
and counterattack there, but unfortunately for black, he will have to think of c5 and how to defend against knight c4 and capturing the a5 pawn.
Yep.
So
Already
white might
c5
be,
looks very tempting.
yeah, or rook c2 first and only later on. I mean, white has many different options to continue and strengthen his position.
Yep. The position was beautiful for black just 5-6 moves ago, despite the fact he was a pawn down, and now it feels like white at least has some squares, some room to
Though
breathe.
it's not so easy to win the game still with white. c5, logical continuation, and after rook e5, I think white will be just
Rook c2.
defending with rook c2.
Also maybe king e3, king d4 after rook e5.
Yeah, actually that's, well, yeah, king e3, knight e6 maybe, but
And
bishop e3, bishop c4,
Bishop c4. Yep.
bishop c4. So black goes rook d7.
Okay, so king e3, he still wants to retreat the knight back, black, and start going for some white pawns. So, okay, what happens if knight c4?
If immediately knight c4, probably.
Black wants to play knight d3 check, most likely.
Yeah, but yeah, knight d3 seems to be a good counterplay.
Okay, so some ideas here for Tari. Maybe white can try, I don't know, king g3, maybe bishop c4 check first.
King
Okay, lots
g3
of-
looks tempting,
Yeah, king g3.
though
possibly.
after that also probably knight should be jumping to d3.
Mhm.
Rook c2,
Okay, he goes,
king e3, he
E3.
gives, not knight g6.
yeah, knight g6, I thought maybe the only try. Because now the black g pawn's going to be weak.
Okay, black is trying to look for counter chances after knight c4, rook d1, I guess. So knight c4 is maybe not the best.
Mhm. But
But
even
white
there, just
can,
bishop
white can
e2.
play, for example, b4, and after takes rook b2, so simplify a little bit.
Yeah. Lots of choice for Sergei Karyakin, and that's why he's actually burnt a lot of his time advantage. He's only 1 minute up on the clock now. And rook a1, stopping this rook d1 idea. That is sophisticated.
And not only that, he's also thinking to play bishop c4 check and then jump with his rook all the way to g1 maybe. But
But now Tari's walked into a pin, right? Bishop h3 is coming. That black knight not looking happy now. I think Tari's lost the thread.
yeah, I think now
He's about to
it's
go.
going to be very difficult to look for counter chances here.
Yeah, he's dropping a second pawn. The pawn on a5 about to fall. And white can go after the black g5 pawn as well. Karyakin turning the screw. This one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
difficult
was
last
the
few
final
moves.
mistake, I think, knight e6. White is going to be eliminating that knight. Rook h1 after that.
Yep. And white's
So-
rook getting active.
There's no more counter chance for black, I think, after rook h1.
Yeah. Too many pawns down and no longer able to maintain the pieces. Rook h6 wins here
Well,
pretty much
yeah.
immediately.
Rook h6,
Forcing rook g7
rook
because
g7, and the
king
pawn
F-
will be taken.
king f6 here allows rook takes g6 check and a knight fork. But now all the pawns drop. There they start falling. Yeah, only 1 minute on the clock for Tari as well.
Well, it is very difficult after a classical game to switch your mind
Yeah.
for an Armageddon game. They are playing for the 5th and the 6th place. Well, actually not really, because Tari couldn't catch up. Well, in the classical he could,
But yeah, Sergei Karyakin though, he's maybe not been at his best, and it will be nice for him to end on a win.
absolutely.
So, okay, white currently 3 pawns up, and the white knight on a nice outpost, and that causes Tari to resign.
He resigns. This was the last game of the tournament.
Yeah, last game, a really dramatic tournament as well.
Yeah. How do you feel the day today?
It's been fun. It's been fun.
What kind of last round we had? So we see the results there. Sergei Karyakin just finished the game, won 1.5 to 1. because he won the Armageddon game. Firuza made an incredible game. We saw his comments where he said that, well, he came up with the rook sacrifice at the board, and he said that so natural way that, of course, white can only be better after bishop f4. I think I will remember that sentence for a long time when seeing and following his upcoming tournaments.
We looked at each other right after that comment and just, wow.
Yeah, if not for everybody, it's so obvious that exact position to evaluate. And of course, in the game between Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen, that was Armageddon, and Magnus just won the game, but actually draw was also enough. And now we see the final standings on the screen.
Yeah, the final standings, and congratulations again to the winner of Norway Chess 2021, Magnus Carlsen. Never in doubt, he might say, but he did require that big long streak of wins, 4 wins in a row in classical chess the last few days. And also congratulations to Alireza Firuza for coming second in the end after.
And what a fantastic 4 wins in the last 4 games, amazing.
Yeah, and your countryman, Richard Report, I mean, commiserations there, but we were so impressed by him. He played fantastically throughout the tournament, just running out of steam slightly at the end, but he still had a chance to win even towards the end of this final round. So, yeah, great performance from
Nepomniachtchi with 12 points. Of course, he cannot be too happy with his result, but I think he's extremely happy that the tournament finished. So now he can focus on other events, and of course, on his mind has to be that in 2 months' time he's going to be playing and challenging Magnus Carlsen in Dubai for the World Championship match, which I guess all of us awaits.
The whole world's going to be watching.
Exactly.
And he knows what he needs to work on now. He'll know his form, his style, and yeah, can't wait for that matchup. Meanwhile, there we saw Karyakin in 5th place and Tari in 6th. Meanwhile, I've enjoyed it. Judit, thank you for commentating with me.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. We had great fun, great chess. I hope our audience also enjoyed our commentary and the way we were fighting over the board, who is taking which side. So it was a pleasure to be here. It was quite something to follow this tournament live right here, having the players as our guests, sharing their thoughts, seeing their expression. It's always it gives so much to the show, and also for the experience for me also.
Yeah, it shows over the board chess. It's well and truly back, and it's been so much fun. I've learned a lot, and thank you again, Judith. Thank you for everyone watching. This has been Norway Chess 2021, and congratulations again to Magnus Carlsen, the winner. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.